Hello everyone. So let's get started. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so of course, which event without a tech problem and which tech event without a tech problem? So apologies about the delay. I have the clicker here as well. So thank you very much for joining. Officially, hello and welcome. Greetings from Paris. Mona Lisa, I think you're blocking the main camera. Hello everyone online. Thanks for joining. So this conference is initially dedicated to Harvard Microeconomics of Competitiveness affiliate network that I have the honor to be serving as the chair of the European chapter, and I have my dear colleagues here and friends who are joining here. But the conference is designed as a hybrid conference, mostly for online, which now we have many guests also online, and some of our alumni here, our students here, our partners from UCMT are here. Dr. Jiang, yes, welcome. And fantastic speakers, very good friends and colleagues are all here today to support us with this conference. So before we start, I think I need to provide a couple of points about the context of the conference. So we are going to talk about Industry 5.0, the digitally empowered responsible economy, and how it affects competitiveness and how to gain competitiveness through the transition to Industry 5.0. We have come a long way. Our industry has gone from labor to skills economy, and then to data economy, to information, insight economy, right? It's time to move to the responsible economy because we have messed up with the social, economic, and environmental sustainability, and we need to take immediate actions. However, Industry 5.0 is going to explain to us how and why are we talking about a new value system, a new system of societies and industries. In fact, Industry 5.0 is the reincarnation of our industries, societies, markets, and businesses towards socio-environmental prosperity. There are two megatrends that are driving our markets. They're restructuring the fabric of our markets, societies, and economies. One is the transition to the digital economy, which we know it almost well now for a couple of decades, but much stronger in the past decade. The other one is the transition to the responsible economy. The responsible economy and digital economy, they're going hand in hand, and they're two powerful megatrends, and they're reshaping our systems. How? So we have an accelerating pace of the digital economy transition. We have the enabling technologies on the down, as you can see on the bottom here. We have enabling technologies. We have fantastic initiatives on AI, generative AI, that we're going to talk today about a bit. In robotics, we're going to talk about in autonomous systems, in extended reality, blockchain, DLT, and all the enabling technologies. So technologies converge, they diverge, and also they give emergence to new concepts and new industries and new solutions. For example, X-Tech industries, digitally empowered industries like FinTech, Health Tech, RegTech, Space Tech, and the rest. Then we have SaaS, or anything as a service, everything as a service business and economic model innovation, such as product as a service, solution as a service, software as a service, and etc. Then they converge together in the form of digitally empowered infrastructures and solutions. I call them Smart X. So Smart X, basically smart manufacturing, smart transportation, smart mobility, up to smart cities. We are going to talk about this as well today with the speakers. So if you consider the amount of changes that are being driven across our societies and industries and market because of this convergence, divergence, and emergence of technologies and digitally empowered solutions and infrastructures, we can understand, okay, digital economy transition is already a very strong force. And then in parallel to that, because of the problems that we have at the social, economic, and environmental landscape, then we have the responsible economy principles as well in place, right, to address these issues and challenges. So we have SDGs, creation of shared value that we're going to talk about, ESG, diversity, equity, inclusion, corporate social responsibility. We have symbiotic sustainability models. We have circular economy we are going to cover today. And all of these are about a level of ecosystemic competitiveness, a collaborative competitiveness that I call it ecosystemic co-appetitiveness. It means collaboratively we drive competitiveness at the ecosystemic level. So this is the whole principle of Industry 5.0, which is at the heart of the transition to the responsible economy. So there's a growing recognition also for the urgency of this transition, right? And then here comes the interesting part, because these two megatrends, they converge together, right? They diverge in different directions. These technologies, integration of these technologies into SDGs, into ESG, so there is a lot of divergence. These technologies and solutions and innovations are being driven into various directions. Then, at some point, they converge, such as the development of AI and technology, and at some point convergence with the financial industry, and now we have the digitally empowered fintech industry. In the same vein, for the other X-Tech, SaaS, and Smart X. So these two megatrends, when they converge together, they give rise to many new type of opportunities and challenges, because now the power is combined. But what is important for us is to understand the driving forces of the digital and responsible transition, because once we understand them, then we can better navigate through the enabling and disrupting forces of the dual transition. So the main point is that these two converge together. There is enormous amount of enabling and disrupting forces across markets, societies, businesses, regions, nations, you name it, from micro to macro. Everything is going to be disrupted and enabled, right? Because of this dual transition. Then, the reason, how, why is it happening, right? Why now? We have an increasing awareness. Everyone is talking about, problems, environmental problems, circular economy, climate change, all of those problems that we have. We are more aware about those problems. We have also stronger support and pressure from the community, from consumers, from producers, across the value chain. We have a lot of pressure from investments, a lot of support from investors, and of course from policy initiatives and strategies. We have also strong pressure and support there as well. So in general, we see that all of these are coming together to help us find purpose-driven opportunities for innovation within the dual transition to Industry 5.0. But this transition is about caring, right? You see the heart. So that is about caring, right? Because we care. This transition is strategic. We talked about it in our doctoral workshop that we had over 3 days with some of you here. So it's strategic to leverage and to understand first, and then to leverage the dual transition toward Industry 5.0. Why? Because everything is going to be disrupted and enabled. So there are new opportunities that are coming up. There are new type of clusters that are shaping up. Clusters are being reinforced. They're being disrupted by various means and in different dimensions. Then the transition, leveraging this transition is also smart, right? So it's responsible, strategic, and smart. So these two together, at the heart, they reshape our value systems. We have more and more investors who are interested about initiatives that are based on responsible economy principles, right? Of course, we had for a long time those who are super interested in deep tech and digital transformation, but now we have more and more those who are interested in the responsible economy transition. Then we have all the entrepreneurs you talk to these days. They're mostly around the responsible economy transition, of course, with a lot of elements of technology. So that's digitally empowered responsible economy transition, digitally empowered responsible innovation. So there is this value systems that are being reshaped. They are being restructured, right? And based on that, competitiveness indices are also being restructured. The competitiveness of any company, any nation, any region, any business is not the same in terms of metrics and measures that they need to consider. Every 3 to 5 years max, they're changing because of the digital economy transformation and the speed of innovation and integration of technologies across our systems, right? But now it's going to be even more fundamental because now we're talking about the dual transition. Accordingly, all the strategies that we need to think about, how do we strategize about growth, about partnership, about the alliances that we have, they're also being reshaped. So in general, that's why we call it the restructuring forces, which bring a lot of enabling and disrupting forces. Then there should be a next slide. Yes. All right. So now based on this short presentation of Industry 5.0 that, as you can imagine, and you know the premises of each of them, we can continue the conversation for hours. But just for now, just to provide the context of the conference, I wanted to quickly share this vision of Industry 5.0, for which, with a lot of, again, care and love, and strategizing around it with partners and stakeholders that we have, our beloved alumni, our partners, our ecosystems, Paris Tech, our mother school, EMPC, and that ecosystem. And a lot of innovative, creative, critical thinking and futures thinking we have put together. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to present you our Tech Center. Thank you very much. So Tech Center, we are launching, this is our soft launch of the Tech Center, which means today I'm announcing it, and we are starting building together with the partners. In fact, aside of a personal story, 6 years ago, on the same day, I started working at this school. And after a lot of support that I received from my colleagues, especially our dean, Elan Rosen, and the fantastic team that we have, so we grew the idea. I also did my doctorate at the school from École de Ponts Paris Tech, and this was also in line with my doctoral studies. I basically worked on digital and circular transition. But now, as I continued working on, how this work and also working with industries, I'm not sure if this is the right slide. After, working with a lot of partners as well, so now after 6 years, we are opening our the Tech Center as the soft launch. So at this stage, I don't know if I did anything here or no, I think we jumped on Virginia's slides already. But so that was a quick presentation of the Tech Center and Industry 5.0, which let me check if we have. Yes. So today, the speakers that you are going to have today with us, they are all valuable members of this community that we have, of the Tech Center as well, and for the upcoming initiatives that we are going to jointly drive. So, yes, why do we do it? Why do we do the Tech Center? To drive co-innovation, co-creation, and co-development together with the partners and the ecosystem. How do we do it? We do it with the network of the alumni on the top. We count on our alumni. We have different teams, from faculty supervisors, team in different schools, our partners. We have UCMT here with us. We have a very big network of partners with consortia members as well that we have in the European project. And we have Paris Tech cluster and global network as well. So this is how we are going to do it. And what we are going to do exactly, what is Tech Center about? We have 4 labs in the Tech Center. On the bottom, we have Research Lab, which is going to feed up everything based on research, right? It's a research-driven for application initiative that we are launching. At the heart, we have the Skills Lab, of course, as the school. So the idea is that we drive upskilling and reskilling with the partners, for the partners, together, for the ecosystem, in order to drive innovation on the top. And as you can see, Consulting Lab, That's about where we want to help everyone in the ecosystem that are our partners. We want to drive consulting services together, customized for the requirements of the transition to Industry 5.0. So our partners, our network, our alumni, they're coming from a diverse variety of expertise and reach. And that is how we are going to channel everything together to drive innovation through Innovation Lab, intrapreneurial activities, acceleration, and incubation, and the other order. So at this stage, I want to invite our beloved Dean, Professor Alain Rosen, to the stage to present this school. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Saman. I've been given the task of trying to explain and present the school in 10 minutes. And basically, I'll start with a kind of a well-worn cliche of the, when all you have is a hammer, everything is looks like a nail, exactly. So I guess the school, if we think about our history, we've been in business for about 40 years. And we started out as a hammer, our hammer being the MBA. And for most of our history, for about 25 years, we've been basically an MBA delivery school. And so we started out very early on. We were one of the first to propose an MBA together with INSEAD in Paris and in France. And we did MBAs delivered all around the world, India, Argentina, the Emirates, Scotland, the US, Barcelona, I guess Spain, Brussels, China, Morocco, and the list goes on. But we were basically an MBA delivery school, and our name used to be the ENPC MBA Paris. In 2013, we decided that the MBA had a good run, but the future might be elsewhere. And so we rebranded to École de Pont Business School. And we tried to add more tools to our tool set than just the lone hammer of the MBA. In 2015, we launched the EDBA, the Executive DBA program. A lot of you here are familiar with participating in or alumni thereof. And we started kind of a process of trying to become, I would say, to go from carpenter, carpenter has the hammer, the nails, and a piece of wood, to craftsman, to craft something a little bit more interesting, a little bit more deep, put more care, heart, love, as Saman mentioned earlier, into everything we do, and try to differentiate in what was becoming a very saturated MBA and kind of business education market. After that, we launched our first research initiatives. You will be hearing from Yorgos Dimitriou very shortly, one of our first directors of research for our Circular Economy Research Center, and we'll talk about a few of the others I think, at the next slide. And then we added an executive education element to what we do, so training, corporate training, bespoke training, a little bit of the consulting that Saman has put into the consulting lab element of the tech center. And we continue to diversify more research centers, different kinds of executive education here and in Morocco as well. And we keep expanding. This year, we're adding advanced masters to the list of what we offer. There'll be an advanced masters in actually in tech for good philanthropy. And another DBA in tech for good philanthropy, as well as other programs that we'll be announcing in the weeks and months ahead. And this is kind of a whole process of transformation of going from carpenter to craftsman. And what I really like here today with the tech center, and this is why I'm using and abusing this metaphor so much, is that the tech center is also a little bit the process of Saman going from carpenter to craftsman. And this is kind of the fruit of that transformation process. His hammer is tech. I think we all got that one. And tech for good. And now it's really being crafted into something much more. And it's helping us as a school turn into more from a school into a platform. And so the platform today has the 4 elements that you see kind of in front of you. Education, obviously education and training programs and certificate programs. We even have a global certificate in circular economy that we offer. we have the research and several different research labs and initiatives and a growing number of EU-funded projects, and the whole business side. So whether that's working with corporates, advisory, doing bespoke training programs with the business, and being very practice-oriented is something that kind of is pushing us towards this craftsman approach to business ed. And the Tech Center, as in the slide behind me, is very much that. It shows this kind of platform approach that really connects the dot. It feels like we're creating kind of a flywheel. I don't know if you know or you're familiar with the notion of a flywheel, that once it gets moving, the toughest is to get it moving, but once it has its own kind of momentum, it spins faster and faster. And so from our education and training programs, that we launched the DBA. Very naturally, the next step is to launch research centers. Once the research centers gained momentum, we could do more and more interesting things with the business and industrial kind of sectors, which brought us new training and upskilling opportunities in the education. And this has kind of been spinning more and more quickly ever since. So today, Tech Center, and maybe if we go to the next slide, I can show you how this fits in with the other research initiatives as well. So you have basically 4 of the 5. We should have, like, there's another 1 slot missing at the bottom of the pyramid, aptly so, which we have a case center for development and innovation in emerging markets, case DM, together with the 4 centers that you see before you, CPC, linked to the microeconomics of competitiveness network that you see here, that's with us today. Our Circular Economy Research Center, you'll be hearing more about with the Yorgos. The Futures Literacy Chair, UNESCO, I guess this continuous move towards craftsmanship. One of the things that we've realized as a business school is that there's 2 ways to learn. Basically learning from the past, and the second one, which is more interesting, is learning from the future. And that requires sensing, intuition, knowing how to think about the future effectively, and integrating that into what you do today to help affect that change and make that future. And that futures literacy element that we've added really gives us that extra kind of element in our toolbox of helping people, companies, students, faculty, and partners learn from the future as effectively as from the past. And since we all know that managing in uncertain times is probably the key theme of our present leadership challenges, knowing how to learn from the future is our next step in building that kind of competencies and skill sets. So with that, Saman, I think we can pass off to the next speaker. And thank you all, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elan. So at this point, I want to invite Ayumi, my good friend and founder of Women in Tech, to join us for the keynote speech.
I believe we can make a difference in the world.
I don't need the slide right now. This is just us. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Saman. Thank you, Alon. I'm very, very honored to be here for the launch of this new tech center. That's super, super exciting. And I was given the difficult task to do this opening keynote. So as Saman said, I am Ayumi Moraoki. I'm the proud founder and the president and CEO of Women in Tech. And I'm going to talk to you about a little bit about how we see Industry 5.0 and why we are here, why we're very excited to embark on this journey together with the Tech Center. So in a world that is rapidly evolving, where technology touches every single aspect of our lives, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment in history. So Industry 5.0 represents the convergence of cutting-edge technology with our deepest values of inclusion, of social well-being, and environmental sustainability. It's a vision that calls upon us to harness the immense power of innovation to create a future where no one is left behind. So as we embark on this discussion, we need to reflect on the remarkable progress that we have already made for these past years, and also acknowledge the work that still lies ahead. Throughout my journey, I have witnessed the transformative power of tech and inclusivity. I have seen how diverse perspectives and experiences fuel innovation and push us forward. And I have been inspired by countless individuals who, like me, and some are here in the audience, have been told that they do not belong, either because of their gender, ethnicity, or social economic background. Yet they persist in pursuing their dreams with passion and determination. So 5 years ago, I created Women in Tech. And when I wanted to do that, no one took me seriously, really, because I ticked too many wrong boxes, you know. So I was a woman, an immigrant, divorced, 4 children, digital entrepreneur, small digital entrepreneur, who hadn't done any fancy tech school like we are here today. But I had rather taught myself how to code with CD-ROMs. So I knocked on all the doors, and all the doors remained closed for a long time. So I had no money, I knew no influential people, but I had 2 things. I had this dream and this purpose of really trying to get women have the same rights and the same place in innovation as men around the world. Wait. So it's not finished. So yeah, so I decided to start selling T-shirts, and then I had to sell my house. But today, besides that, you know, today we are a global movement of over 200,000 members around the world with 45 chapters. I have one of our chapter ambassadors here with me today, Melissa Slaymaker, who's going to be joining me just now on stage. And we are on this mission to empower 5 million women and girls in STEAM by 2030. But Industry 5.0 is not just about overcoming obstacles and having resilience. This we have, and it's important. But it's also about building a world where these obstacles cease to exist. It's about breaking down the barriers that have marginalized too many individuals for far too long. By embracing inclusion as a fundamental principle to unlock the boundless potential of every single person, regardless of who they are, where they come from. Inclusive growth is not just an ethical option, it's an economic imperative. When we empower individuals who have been historically overlooked or underestimated, we tap into a wellspring of talent, creativity, and innovation. By embracing diversity in all its forms, we expand our capacity to solve the complex challenges we face and create a future where everyone can thrive. But technology alone cannot bring lasting change, right? We must ensure that as we advance, we create pathways for individuals to upskill, to reskill, and to adapt to the demands of the digital age. Through lifelong learning, social safety nets, and progressive policies, we can build a society that thrives in the face of automation and artificial intelligence. Moreover, Industry 5.0 implores us to address the pressing challenges of our environment. We must embrace sustainability as a core principle, recognizing that our technological advancements must coexist harmoniously with nature. By leveraging technology for environmental conservation, renewable energy, and sustainable practices, we can create a future where prosperity and well-being of our planet are not just, they are the backbone and the core of all our actions. So just last week, exactly 1 week ago, but over 1 week, here at we had the Women in Tech Global Summit. It was our 2nd edition. We were honored to have the high patronage of Mr. Emmanuel Macron, who is the president of the French Republic. And we're also honored to have Saman here with us, who did one of the keynotes, one of the opening keynotes on the first day, where he talked about the Tech Lab and how we're going to be collaborating together. And obviously the theme of this summit was her story in the making. So we brought the makers, the shakers, the innovators from around the world. There were over 450 people. They came from 50 different countries. And we really started to work together and took actions together. How can we have a community, a society, a world where innovation and the Industry 5.0 has all its place? So I would like to share with you now, perhaps, Taman, you want to come and say something about women in tech and Industry 5.0? Or should I talk a little bit about my baby, that's Women in Tech, and how today we have grown into something much bigger? What do you say? Okay, let's do this. Okay, because we're already here, so, okay.
I believe we can make a difference in the world if we just start doing it ourselves.
It all started in 2018 with a dream and a purpose, that of closing the gender gap in tech and empowering women to break into STEM.
I had no money, I knew no influential people, but I knew that something had to be done. And so I decided to create Women in Tech, not only as an organization, but as a call to action. So I attended a tech summit with my two youngest children and my film director. I wanted to sell t-shirts in front of the conference to finance the first Women in Tech Global Awards in 2018. So I made 1,000 t-shirts, and when I finally got there, I put them all out from the suitcases, we were selling them, and suddenly the police arrived asking for my license. Obviously, I had no license. So we packed up bags again, we went back to the car, and when we got there, the car was being towed away. Oh my God, I laughed today, but it was so hard.
From there, Women in Tech open chapters on all 6 continents. Their mission is to empower 5 million women and girls by 2030. Women in Tech is now one of the world's leading organizations for supporting women in STEM. They work under 4 main pillars: education, business, digital inclusion, and advocacy.
So we take action on the largest scale, striving to do it within the communities most in need, and ensure that no one is left behind in our mission to empower women and girls in STEM.
Women in Tech has already impacted 250,000 people around the world, meeting 7 Sustainable Development Goals. Through their academy, programs and events, Women in Tech provides education, mentoring and training to women and girls who want to break into the tech industry. They also provide support to women-led businesses and advocate for policies that promote gender equality in tech.
Women in Tech is about empowerment. It's about giving women the tools and resources they need to succeed in the tech industry. And it's all about creating a more inclusive and diverse world.
Women in Tech's work has been recognized by presidents, ministers, and a royal princess.
Today, Women in Tech Global Summit has been honored with the high patronage of Mr. Emmanuel Macron, the President of the French Republic, and I'm so very proud of this.
From a dream, Women in Tech has become a global movement that is unleashing the full potential of women around the world.
This is the beginning of my story that has become our story, that of Women in Tech Global. Now I tell us to write the future of her story all together.
I look at it, I even want to cry. But yeah, thank you very much. So I just want to dive just a little bit more into Women in Tech and our work, especially our work in Africa. And for this, I'm going to call my sister, my friend, our Africa director, Melissa Slaymaker, who came all the way from Cape Town just to be here with us. Melissa.
Thank you so much for having me. I actually do shed a tear every time I watch that video. It's so emotional because I know the hard work that's gone into. And it's not just, organization. It's not an organization that just talks the talk. It really walks the walk. Okay. So, my name is Melissa Slaymaker, and I'm the country director for the South Africa chapter. I also run the talent hub for Women in Tech Global. So I'm part of the global team, so really Women in Tech inside and out. And I'm here today to basically share some insights into what we're doing in Africa, and because that's my baby, I'm South African, and we are very proud of the programs. Just to kind of share with you some of the success stories, I guess, that we have in Africa and the impact that we are creating there. So currently we've got 5 chapters: South Africa, Zambia, Nigeria, Burundi, and Ivory Coast. No? Cape Verde. Sorry, I'm on the spot here. That's a new chapter for us, but just to give you some examples of the programs that we're running. So we've partnered with many organizations, from government to educational bodies, academics, to entrepreneur startups, to big corporates and enterprise companies, to create these wonderful programs. So when we talk about taking action, it's really around not just digital inclusion, but also sustainable upskilling. So I think Africa I don't know if many people might not know, but Africa is a continent that has the largest youth population in the world. In countries like Burundi, for instance, over 65% of the population are all below 25 years old. So what that means is there's a lot of potential. So how do we embrace not just gender equality and inclusivity, but also the job skills gap is by educating the youth and by creating access. So in Africa, we also have many different problems other than first world countries to access. So we're talking about lack of devices, lack of data and connectivity. And in South Africa, we have load shedding, which is also a problem with electricity. So there are really a lot of infrastructure problems and access points that we try and overcome before we even get to creating, access to education and upskilling and all of those wonderful things. So what we do is we build learning centers. In South Africa, we have 2 learning centers, one in Cape Town and one in Limpopo. In Burundi, for instance, we have 2 learning centers, one in the rural parts of Burundi as well as in the city. We'll have in Nigeria some business and entrepreneurial makeathons educating over 2,500 women over the last 2 years. Burundi is also 6,000 people that are being empowered through our educational programs in blockchain, as well as other, we've got various soft skills and cybersecurity and all sorts of wonderful programs that we deliver through Women in Tech. And the great part is that it's free. It's free to the communities. We fundraise through our sponsors and our partners, all to create free access to the communities where it's needed the most. So I think if you want to find out a bit more about Women in Tech, do follow us and contact Sayumi. But I think we do need more, focus on the actual sustainable programs that are making the big changes that we want to see. And Africa is definitely a great place to start. So, anything else?
Thanks, Mel. And just so you can have some images of what we do in Africa. So we're going to show a little video right now. For the break? Okay, that's good then. So here we are. Saman, back to you, darling.
So thank you very much. So don't go.
I don't go.
So this is a strong message that we also passing through the Tech Center and through this conference, that we have Ayumi as the keynote speaker for the soft launch of the Tech Center and this conference for competitiveness, right? For about Industry 5.0 for competitiveness. So that says a lot about what we believe in should be and what we believe in can be and what we believe in we will make it happen together. So today we are also announcing Women in Tech as one of the first partners of the Tech Center. And yes, thank you. So together, just to give you a quick taste of what we are going to work on, if these slides work, yes. So together—
You better be ready because it's going to be huge, right?
Yeah, well, we just give a taste now. So we are going to work together on the 4 labs. So the innovation lab, the skills lab, the research lab, and the consulting lab. So together we are going to develop new upskilling and reskilling programs for women in tech and with women in tech for everyone else as well. We are going to strengthen the position of women in research together, in technology specifically, and the dual transition of digital and responsible innovation and economies. In consulting lab, well, it only makes sense because this powerful network of 200 women, I'm sorry, yes, of course, 200,000 women, of course. They are all coming from different backgrounds. They're experts in different fields. They are representing different regions and clusters and communities. So it only makes sense that we channel this power together, we reinforce them together, we have their support also for the Tech Center, and together we drive together the 4 pillars of the Tech Center. So you will hear more about programs that we have for women in leadership, we already have all the programs in our scholarship for women in tech, women in governance, women in business, and there will be soon certificate programs that we are launching together and with Tech Center for partner companies. So thank you very much, Ayumi. Thank you. It's a pleasure to have you as the keynote speaker. Thank you. So as at this stage, I'm going to invite my good friend and colleague, Dr. Pablo Corazzo, who is the chair of the Council of Harvard Microeconomics of Competitiveness. Thank you very much, Pablo. Both works. Can we have Pablo's slides? Yes. The floor is yours, Pablo.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Saman, Alan. It's a delight to be here. You hear me well, so hello to the online attendees and to the audience. It's fantastic to pay a visit to my good friends here and to be so many familiar faces and friends in the audience as well. I've been asked to deliver a brief introduction of our network. I will do so in the next 5 minutes and then give you a bit of a sneak preview of some of the work that we do as a community, which is indeed along the lines of the tech this initiative, the venture that we are indeed all in institutionally and personally. I think it's a fantastic initiative, and we can wait to see it moving forward. So as Saman said, indeed, I'm in the executive committee. I chair the council of the MOC. MOC stands for Microeconomics of Competitiveness. It is a global network of over 100 universities. I have a kind of a brief preview of the. So you get a feel. Is that this one? Yeah, there you go. Thank you. These are us. The network got going around 20 years. Indeed, we just celebrated our 20th anniversary last year. We threw a big party at HBS. So we grew out of Harvard Business School under the leadership of Professor Porter, a familiar name to all of us in the room. It started out as a very humble initiative to somehow spread the work on economic development and competitiveness that was being cross-fertilized with a handful of universities back in the day, and what the outcome was a very unique network. Harvard is not often engaging in this kind of collaborative initiative, so it's really one of a kind to this date. And 20 years on, this is what we are. We are a community of over 120 to be precise, universities, affiliated universities. This is a truly sort of co-creation initiative. We do walk the talk, as you mentioned earlier, in terms of really crafting the sort of cutting edge knowledge on competitiveness and building bridges to related topics and drivers. And indeed, what École de Ponts is doing under Saman's leadership is at the core of what we do. So bringing sustainability thinking, this mindset through circularity to the mainstream, and already for a while, digital has been at the driver's seat of competitiveness. So this initiative cannot be more timely, and again, that's why we fully endorse, and indeed, Saman is now leading the European group, the European chapter of the network. So again, this gives you a bit of an overview of the spread of the network. We are primarily an academic community, but we reach out to policy making. Many of us are active in that domain as well. So we try to make an impact. This is indeed our message. So on top of disseminating the theory and practice of competitiveness and economic development, we really want to move the needle, and initiatives like this one is at the heart of what we do. And we touch quite a few people every given year. So as noted, I was pulling some numbers for you to get a feel for for the scope and again and the impact of the networks, and 70K students are touched. And I'd say students because our work is largely materialized through a course. So we have co-created. Back in the day, that was the bonding tissue of this network. So co-creating and teaching the same course in these 100+ universities. So that has given the message way more, if you will, unity and impact. So we all teach the same. It's a case-based course, and it has been a wonderful ride so far, and we are looking forward to the next sort of 20 years of the network. So on that note, if I'm just keeping an eye on the clock here, I think it's about time that I move to the second part of my brief participation here, which is about briefly introducing. So hopefully I get you thinking, and we can take it from here. So a brief overview of the work on cities, on smart cities. So we look at competitiveness, which is indeed, as I hope we all agree, sort of a firm level outcome. So competitiveness happens within the firm. It is the outcome of productivity gains, and productivity is indeed what sort of keeps competitiveness, or what feeds, if you will, the dynamics of competition. So companies choose how to win, if you will, winning on price or winning on differentiation, but eventually they have to deal with competitors. So once you make a move, your rivals are gonna try to bring you down or counter that move. So the whole logic of game theory that I'm truly passionate about. So that, if you will, explains the dynamics of competition. And then once you've made that choice on how to compete, then it's all about productivity. So the game becomes one of achieving and sustaining productivity. So what we discuss in this course and through our work, which is also very sort of research driven, is about different ways in which firms, which is again the principal character in our storytelling, how firms can enhance productivity, and we look at this through the lens of geography. We argue, and this is one of our core claims, we argue that competitiveness is significantly shaped by the business environment in which you operate. So the same firm in Paris is going to be probably way more competitive than, say, again, the same company elsewhere. So the context, the business environment in which you operate goes a long way in shaping that competitiveness outcome, and in equipping you with tools to unlock productivity. So geography then becomes central in our claims, and we look at geography through different units of analysis. So we look at regions, we look at countries, we look at supranational units, and we also look at cities. So many of us, and I know many of us in the room, look at urban competitiveness. So the dynamics of competition and the challenges of unleashing competitiveness and those productivity gains in a city context. What you should probably be aware, and we should all be aware at all times, is that yes, competitiveness happens within the firm. I repeat, it is a firm level outcome. It happens within the value chain. So it's all about improving the way you run the chain of activities in the firm. But there's also a significant policy dimension built in. So when we say competitiveness, the policymaker has a lot to say in making or breaking that outcome. So to take home, if you will, one of the key messages is we should have the policymaker sitting at the table and having a say on again, providing that conducive context, conducive environment for firms to be productive. So you can be super innovation driven, and you can have as a firm, the drive to innovate and to kick in productivity. But then if you are in a crappy context, if infrastructure is subpar, if public goods are not there or not on time, then competitiveness is not going to happen. So you need this marriage, the policy side and the firm initiative. There's a public and private sector initiatives, and in a city context, that really becomes even more apparent because as firms compete, regions, so geographies also compete, and cities very much do so. And in that quest to stay ahead of the curve and to attract FDI and to attract talent, so this is what cities are all about. And again, this is a shared goal for policymakers as it is for firms. Then this idea of smart cities, or that smart city label came along already some 20 years back, but it has become mainstream, I would say, in the last 10 years, and I should say also to honor the great work of many cities that have teamed up with us in building up, if you will, that backbone in terms of research and applied research on city competitiveness. We should recognize the work of leading players in this smart city initiative. And I'm from Vienna, and in Vienna we have worked closely with the municipality of Vienna for the last 12 years now in co-crafting. Well, it's all on the municipality, but we've been sort of the academic partners on developing this idea of a smart city. So Smart City Vienna has been one of the key players in shaping this context, but also Paris, Madrid, and you name it. There are many cities in Europe that have embraced this concept. Again, the idea is to provide cities and then the firms in that location with a toolkit to compete and do so also keeping an eye on what other cities are doing. So competition is by definition a relative term. Okay, so you compete relative to other firms. You, as a city, you compete relative to other cities, and well, this is also another takeaway. So I should speed up. I know I'm running out of time. So again, just as a teaser, we have developed in this MOC network, we have developed a number of analytical tools. Let me briefly introduce one of them. So this is a so-called diamond model, and this tool allows firms and well, also again policymakers, who are the two key players in this game, to assess a location. So how attractive a location is, because again, location is one of the fundamental choices that you make as a firm when it comes to again unlocking long-term competitiveness. Because as we argued, depending on where you are, so, the location will make it or break it. Well, when choosing the location then becomes, a material, a fundamental choice. So this tool is providing you, again, insights to through these 4 dimensions. What are the attributes that are meaningful, relevant to you in your picking the location? And again, this is a choice that is hard to undo. So you want to be careful as a firm. And this, if you flip it and you look at it from the policy side, these are, if you will, what you as a policymaker want to put in the menu to attract firms, to attract talent, to attract local and foreign flows. So just on a closing note, I'm happy to share this material. a few ideas on what should be done. We don't want to be normative, so we all know that. So we just want to share some insights, and then it's up to the government or up to the firm then to cherry pick. But the main message is competitiveness grows from the inside out. Competitiveness is shaped by the location. Policy has a lot to say in that regard. Digital is nowadays the key tool to make a sort of to leapfrog competition in many industries. Circularity, and I know we're going to be tackling this topic later today, is at the core of competitiveness, because we cannot afford to leave a detrimental footprint. So stakeholders, there's an increased awareness on environmental and social footprints. So circularity is at the core as well. So again, a few ideas of what should be done and what should not be done, but I underline the should. This is again up to the policymaker or the company to pick to make their choices. And then on a concluding note, this the tool of clusters. So this is another. Cluster has been as economic sort of local network. Industrial clusters have been around for over 100 years. So Marshall and many others that have developed the concept. We picked it up in this network, again, under Professor Porter's leadership. And we have really sort of tried to scale it up, making the point that clusters can be by inviting, and that this is a non-binding way of organizing production. So local supply chains, which has everything to do with circularity, and how clusters can indeed unlock competitiveness by way of basically these three value propositions. So proximity, because we are talking about co-location, so clusters are co-located supply chains. So proximity, how that impacts productivity, innovation, and sort of local entrepreneurial ecosystems. I can go for ages, so I rather leave it here. There's some additional material just for you to see that it ends here. It does. So sorry that I ran a bit. So that red clock was hunting me, but thank you very much. Delighted to be with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Pablo. So thank you, Pablo. So Pablo, individually, as a good friend and colleague, and also the network of MOC in general, we have some colleagues here, many online. So they have been instrumental in supporting us, the research that we are doing, the programs that we have in terms of infusing more and more elements of competitiveness, and also helping us translate what competitiveness would mean in terms of the digital transformation and now the dual transition. So there's a lot that I owe to this network. And in fact, this is partly because of the interest that this network has shown to the notion of Industry 5.0 as the dual transition of digital and responsible economies, that now I have the courage to come here and say, okay, there is support for it. There is a recognition for this dual transition, and talking about it and seeing how it can impact competitiveness from micro level to macro level, as Pablo kindly shared with us. Thank you very much, Pablo. So at this stage, I'm going to invite my good friend Kim, please. And shall we have a seat here with Kim? There you go. All right. I'll join you here. This is for you. I have one there as well. So time to take a seat. So Kim, thank you very much.
Hi, thank you for the invitation.
Sure.
Everyone.
So as you can guess, Kim is in design.
Why do you say so?
Well, very nice, but not in that type of design. So Kim, please introduce yourself briefly and then tell us what is design.
I like this question. Hi, everybody. So yeah, my name is Kim. I used to be I'm former head of design at Air Liquide Group. Maybe some of you know Air Liquide. It's a gas industrial company, a global gas industrial company. Used to be there for 5 years, between 2015 and 2019. And beyond design, I was also in charge of creating the digital factory, which is not that far. So the digital factory is, let's say, the big department of digital for Air Liquide to make the hold the transition into the digital world. So we used to digitalize assets, industrial assets, tools, but also creating new services, new products for whatever Air Liquide is tending to sell their gas. And after that, I created an NGO called One Home. We work with NASA, and we produce videos of the Earth. So we simply take the pictures of the Earth thanks to the Discover satellites sent into deep space, and then we produce a video to raise ecological consciousness around the world. And I also worked for Opium, which is a hydrogen car company, as hydrogen infrastructure designer, and to think also how we're going to use hydrogen in the next future for mobility. And now I have the pleasure to create a Triana, which is a new design research lab to change, let's say, grand consumer companies into grand regenerative companies.
Perfect. Thank you very much. So Kim, what is design?
So what is design? Who has ever worked with designers directly here in this room? Okay, not that much people. Well, usually design, we resume design to beautiful things, right? And it could be for closets, it could be for furnitures. Sometimes some people know that designers are actually working on products like this. But design, it comes from Italian word, disegno. We think it's an English word that we use in France as a translation of conception. But actually, it's an Italian word. It comes from disegno. A disegno, it's the intersection between the intention and the form, the intention and the shape. It's the intersection between the project, let's say the intention, and the form that this project will take. So it's very important because it's not only about the shape, it's not only about the vision, it's really how it will be embedded in the real world. So yeah.
Thank you. You also have the
Yeah.
clicker there if you need. So what is the role of design? So now we just, with Pablo, just presented also the concept of smart cities and competitiveness in the, in the context of smart cities. So what is the role of design for cities when it comes to designing cities, for people, for landscapes? How can design be applied there?
Yeah, the first thing is to understand how we use design to design actually buildings, streets, and whatever landscapes. Today, we use design to design this building. Architects look like the first designers in history, right? And urban designers are actually designing urban planning, right? So now we tend actually to design our cities, our organizations from an let's say anthropocentric point of view. The conception was to provide protection, safety, energy, infrastructure, and whatever human beings need to build societies. Today, the solutions of the 20th century had become the problems of the 21st. Because of climate change, now we see that we have new multi-crises and challenges to face. So the methodologies we use to design cities, to design even the countryside, territories, human activities, we have to think with very different methodologies. We have to think with systematic, like life-centered design, like very systematic way of facing those challenges. Usually, designers, we are used as product designers, let's say, And this is business as usual. And we're tending to do more greener, more efficient, more ecological products, but it's still business as usual. Maybe greener, but it's still business as usual. And now we face that we have a lot of complex intersections that we have to take in account now. And we can't do business as usual anymore. And more companies, at least in Europe or at least in some occidental niche of companies, they're trying to find new models, for example, to do some regenerative business. How we can apply design, for instance, for the dot economy. And that means that we have to not to face that we tended to do the existing dots, but we have to face negative space. That means we have to get interest into, we have to put interest into the blank, into things that are actually artificially separating the different dots. What is happening between this building and the next building? What is happening between me and the Deliveroo guy who is maybe the next door, but I won't talk to him because of invisible barriers? We have to face the negative space. That's where the next opportunities are, not only for the companies, but for our whole human activities.
Fantastic. So I receive a lot of questions also from online participants, but unfortunately we are running out of time. I was just wondering if you could quickly share with us the role of design in connecting the past, the present, and the future.
Yeah, sure. So we have to define first what is the future that we want. There are several ways of predicting, well, designing the future that we want. One of the most efficient, for me, way is not about let's say creating ruptures or finding a new trend and doing an exponential model to make it bigger in the future, but it's finding the desirable futures. So that's where design is very important, and designing new narratives beyond designing new businesses is how we're going to habits displace. And this is the job of designers, architects, graphic designers, product designers, whatever designers, is actually to design, give a form of the intention and prototype it so that we have at least a mock-up of what could be our future, whatever it's a drone, flying drone that will transport you from point A to B, or a futuristic bicycle. We have to find a way to design the future. And desirable future, it's very important to find let's say the vision and the final dot, and then design and build the steps that are actually into the gap between the present and the future. And with the guys I'm working with and myself, we're tending to say, okay, this is maybe the desirable future, where what we're doing as human is actually in phases the natural cycle of the other living beings, right? So that means that we have to completely change the model, because until the neutral carbon objective, you actually do business as usual. And we know that we have tons of ways of actually fake neutral net zero objectives and indicators, but we can't fake connection with natural cycles. We can't fake regeneration. It's not restoration, it's regeneration. That means that your business is actually using the same cycles and the natural cycles. What you're wasting, somebody will have to care about.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Kim. So indeed, very in line, I mean, the significance of design in designing this transition to Industry 5.0 is very important from various aspects and perspectives. Unfortunately, the time doesn't allow us to go further now, but during the roundtable, the final roundtable, we will have Kim again with us. I received several online questions as well that we are going to run through. Thank you very much.
Sure, my pleasure.
Thank you. So now at this stage, I'm going to invite my good friend and colleague, Dr. Professor Virginia, to join us from ISM Lithuania. Thank you very much for joining, please.
Thank you. And this will be just
This.
this. Okay.
So,
I was supposed to ask.
yes, so Virginia is a good colleague and friend, and she's the director of executive programs and sustainability programs as well at ISM, University of Economics and Management of Lithuania, a very valuable partner of us. And she's also in the community of Harvard MOC from the European chapter, and it's been just fantastic working with her, and I'm very happy to have her here on this stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Saman. So good afternoon to all of you, and I'm very glad to be part of this event, celebration of new initiative by the École, and really, I was listening to previous speakers and thinking that we have all the same or similar question. What is the future about? And Kim was talking about design, and Pablo was talking about macro context, and Saman is always challenging us with technological aspects and what is going to be there. So I will provoke you a little bit from different angle about, it's one of my favorite topics. It's a relationship of business and society. For a very long time, businesses were treated as some entities that have some responsibilities towards society, but what kind of responsibilities? It was not very clear. The discussion is not old. Not new, it's quite old. However, more prominent or more active discussions probably started with Andrew Carnegie last century, when Andrew Carnegie said that business has responsibilities towards society in form of charity, in form of stewardship. So mostly when we look back, it was about philanthropical initiatives that business was about. Later on, discussion about relationship of business and society was taken over by different CSR initiatives, corporate social responsibility initiatives. And still, if you look around, probably you will hardly find one business company that does not have some CSR declaration or some report on CSR, which I'm not very glad about, especially within European context. And we had over dinner discussion yesterday that European context is very different. So what is applicable for US or other parts of the world, probably it's not very suitable for Europe, or it cannot be transplanted immediately. Another wave of discussions and role of business within society, it was ESG initiatives. And now probably instead of reporting to society about different social responsibility initiatives, we see more and more reports about ESG impact, measurement of different indicators and reporting back to society and different stakeholders. How successful it is and how successful it will be, it's another question, and we can discuss later in roundtable or during the break, coffee break as well. But I would like to present to you another approach that we were discussing within our Harvard Business School Microeconomics of Competitiveness Network, creating shared value approach. Why it is different and why it is novel. So what shared value? Probably those that are not coming from academic backgrounds, this might be still not very familiar term. So it is not about giving back to society. It's different. It's not about philanthropy. It's not about behaving well like corporate citizen in society, but it is about doing business, creating economic value, being very profitable very often, at the same time solving social issues. So this is another notion that business can make profitability can even create very significant competitive advantage by solving social issues and environmental issues. So in this sense, this is completely different approach from previous discussion, that it's not about giving back, it is not about behaving, but finding your own niche, looking at things a little bit from different angle, how business were looking for long time. So changing that conventional thinking, conventional way of doing things. So I will, on next slide, I will provide you with examples of successful companies that were applying this approach and really gained competitive advantage already. Unfortunately, we do not have much time to discuss and to dig into each of those cases, but you have the logos of the companies and you can look up yourselves. But how this creating shared value approach could be applied? It could be applied and on different stages. It could be applied by reinventing different products or services on the market, redefining productivity in value chain, or reorganizing even clusters. And we were talking already about clusters. I didn't know the audience, so I put what clusters about. So it's about geographical concentration of companies, suppliers, associated institutions in particular fields that enable productivity and innovation. So there are different stages that creating shared value approach could be applied. Why it is novel and why it is worth to look at? Because it provides opportunity to, again, I'm probably repeating myself, to become competitive and have differentiated position in the market. So it could be, or it could become, source of innovations. It could be opportunity to discover different opportunities. So it's opportunity to look at things in non-conventional way. So I promised to you to show some examples of the companies, and on those 3 levels that I mentioned already. So talking about reconceiving products and markets, just very few examples. Discovery, Revolution Foods, Safaricom in Kenya. And I'm very glad that my neighbor here is from South Africa, and probably in South Africa, Discovery is well known, very much known. Why they are unconventional? Because it is insurance company that promotes well-being and health of its clients. So instead of benefiting from you being unhealthy, they are promoting you being healthy. And they are very profitable and successful company. And it's not typical that the companies from this part of the world, they're entering international markets, but Discovery is doing that very successfully. So it's a very unconventional approach. So insurance market, Revolution Foods, healthy foods in United States for school kids. Safaricom, Kenya. Kenyan population, a lot of them, they do not have bank accounts, but all of them, they have several mobiles with them. So Safaricom mobile company, they managed to provide services to make bank transfers, to make payments, etc., without even having bank accounts for customers. So again, this is perfect example of new products that was offered in the market, just taking unconventional approach. Redefining productivity and value chain. It's about making more lean, more efficient production. And those are also very beautiful examples. Coca-Cola in Brazil, Johnson & Johnson, introducing not only health insurance for its customers, but preventive measures. How many companies, I'm not talking again about European countries, but all around the world, they have preventive measures covered by insurance for employees? Not so many. But Johnson & Johnson, they realized that every single dollar paid back because they were saving money. Preventive measures turned out to be very profitable. So this is another approach. Gap initiative PACE. It's about training women in Asia and providing them with additional skills while working in Gap for Gap. Enabling cluster development. Also, this is probably most complicated and most challenging initiative, but also we have examples. It's Japanese green tea, it's Cisco training IT specialists in India, it's Yara collaborating with a lot of stakeholders and building infrastructure corridor in Africa as well. And I see that I have 1 second, and I will finish up with question mark, or inviting you to think about why still we are struggling about discussions that social environment matters for business and business can do more. Because probably this area came to our field of discussions quite recently, and we do not have very clear evidence yet how those social indicators are related to financial indicators. Plus, there are not very clear methodologies yet. Just to challenge you a little bit and to show to you that, of course, those ESG initiatives, different initiatives to measure created social value and environmental value, they are challenging. And they have different objectives, each of them. Just to show to you how ESG ratings vary for the same company by different ranking companies. So the famous Tesla environmental impact is ranked very differently by different companies. So that's why I'm leaving you with question mark, that it's challenging, but it's worth. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Virginia. So we received also a couple of questions for you, but thank you. But unfortunately, we will keep the questions for the final roundtable. If you don't mind, we keep them coming for now, and we address them in the final roundtable. So for now, as the last session of the first panel conversation that we have here, I'm inviting Stephanie, my good friend here, to talk about Web3 and the tokenized revenue models as an example of creation of shared value. Welcome, Stephanie.
Thank you very much, Saman. Thanks for having me today. I'm really pleased to be here because I'm going to tell you something. I keep saying for years that I'm creating bridges between the southern countries and Europe, and being at the École des Ponts is, there is no other place, I could join and be pleased to be part of it today. Okay, thanks. So I don't know how familiar you are with Web3, blockchain. Who knows a bit about those technologies? Quite a few. So I'm today with a more advanced audience, which is not always the case. Nevertheless, I just would like to share with you the reason why, just to follow up with the previous discussion and presentation run by Virginia, how it's important not only to create shared values, but also to bring, shared revenues. And my point today is to emphasize the way we have to leverage technology, not for the purpose of tech, but for the purpose of generating impact, because we usually have a misunderstanding of, what are those southern countries, southern economies, but we need them and they need us. So there is no way we can just move forward, build a greener Europe and be greener than green, I should say, and not involve actually southern countries. And I'm going to give you some example and the reason why those shared revenue models are absolutely critical. So here we go. So let me tell you a bit about me. So my name is Stephanie Bretonnier, and I'm a tech catalyst, tech impact catalyst, and the founder and CEO of WeImpact.world. My journey started in the fashion industry, beauty industry, luxury industry in 1998 with a genius, Thierry Mugler. and soon after with Dior and John Galliano. The reason why I'm telling you that is because at that time, especially at LVMH, they were quite in advance in terms of digital, and I started my journey in the Web 2, Web 3 era, launching my first e-commerce website with Dior for Dior in 2003. I joined afterwards, Richemont Group. So I had a career in the luxury space during 15 years. But everything stopped for me in 2013 when I had a brain stroke. And this moment just shifted radically my life. And I think this is exactly what's going on right now in our economies and in our organization. We are going to face a massive stroke. And those strokes impose to you the fact that you need to shift, you need to think differently, and you need to do, and think about your business in a very different way. We are currently facing a poly-crisis world, and our, governments, our leaders are lost because they need to deal with so many things at the same time. And so what I decided to do after my stroke, because, my future was not very, bright and positive, as doctor told me that I will end in a wheelchair. So I say, okay, you know what? You do whatever you have to do, but I need and I want to travel the world with my kids, because this is the most important thing to me. So we left for 2 years around the world, discovering, emerging, developing markets, meeting entrepreneurs, scientists, NGOs, and so on. And this was the foundation of We Impact That World that I funded 6 years later with a great intensity, because for me, it's much more than a job. It's much more than a company. It's really a mission. So just to come back on shared revenue. So to make it very simple, and tech people are very known to use very complicated words and make sure that no one understands them. So I will make it very simple especially for the audience who is not familiar, with this technology. Web 1 was you read online. Web 2 was about reading and writing. So writing was about e-commerce and social media, and Web 3 is about to read, write, and own. And this is very important, because when you own, you are able to sell, and you are able to generate revenues with what you have online. Blockchain is critical because there will be a new crisis coming very soon. We have, we all heard about greenwashing and so on, but now there is a new, crisis that I'm coming, that I'm pretty sure it's about trust crisis. People, the consumer just doubt about, the corporate communication, and they really want to, have have access to the proof of what people say. So blockchain will actually, bring not only decentralization, but also security, transparency, traceability, and the proof to build the trust with your community, with your employees, with your stakeholders, and your shareholders. And I think this is really critical. So some example of shared revenue models. I like here some very, obvious and regular concept about Web3 shared revenues. But just to make it simple, X2Earn is a model that came within the gaming industry. And now you can earn money by playing, learning, sleeping, running. So it's a way, to receive money as a consumer, as an employee, and so on. Royalty is a very simple model. As soon as you own or you've created something, you can earn royalties when your product is resell on the second-hand market. And this is something I'm working with, some artisan, for example, where I'm giving you an example just later on with watchmaking industry. Stacking is very simple. Stacking is the interest you get when you keep your currency for a certain period of time. It's exactly when, you you have some saving in your bank account and you get interest. Stacking is just, you know, the terminology to say that you are going to earn money if you keep your crypto or your token or your coins. NFT sales is obvious. You have an NFT, which is a digital art, or and you sell them, so you get revenues from it. And it's another type of rewarding, which is non-financial, but by, you know, getting access to or being part of the Web3, for example, community, you can get rewarding. So what is more important is the use cases that Web3 revenue tackle, support and tackle at the same time. We have huge and massive issue when it comes to waste. And I'm working currently on, you know, big projects about textile waste and the impact and the perception from the African market on the fact that they consider, especially European, US, and Chinese market, as responsible of a new form of colonialism, because all these markets ship, you know, massive tons of textile, which are, you know, useless for the market. And I will show you a few examples and few images later on. Counterfeiting, massive issue in the luxury industry. Not only financially speaking for the brands, but also in terms of, you know, social and environmental impact. This is something we need to solve. Carbon credit, it's a tremendous way to leverage blockchain technology and reward the farmers, reward the manufacturers within the process. Web3 community, I do not believe that, you know, regular marketing campaign will, you know, succeed in the near future. The power now is in the end of your community, because you will turn them as an advocate for your company. And loyalty and advocacy, this is exactly what I mentioned. It's all about, you know, making sure that you convince your consumer and you turn your employee as your best advocate. One of you emphasized the fact that we are facing a talent crisis. We have to convert every stakeholder into a change maker. There is no way we can turn an organization, we can turn an economy only with a small group of people. This is why partnerships are critical right now to succeed. Not only as an organization such as, you know, obviously l'École des Ponts, but every company should consider, you know, building alliances and build actually partnerships. So some example of the problem that I'm working on right now in Africa. This is some pictures of the textile waste in Ghana. They receive 50 million items every week in Ghana. Just for you to know, there are 3 million people in Ghana. So every person should buy 5 clothing every week. And the problem is, they receive 40% of what they receive are garbage. So just for you to see the consequence on the environment, which is absolutely critical. And this is just Ghana, but it's the same in Kenya, Mozambique, and so on. I go quick because we're running late. Same in Chile, Atacama Desert. Look at that. And they are in Bangladesh, you know, this was 10 years ago, the collapse of the Rana Plaza, which was known for, you know, manufacturing Nike, Adidas clothing. Everything collapsed with, you know, thousands of you know, life impacted. And 10 years later, nothing changed. And they have a new weapon now, which is that. And, you know, organization, yesterday there were a major law voted by the European Commission, and people, organizations such as Nike, Adidas, Zara, will be responsible for, you know, the working conditions of these people, because we cannot rely and just say, oh, I have, you know, defined a code of conduct. This is all what I can do. No, we have and we need to work together, developing the bridging, empowering every organization in the southern countries. So same, I mean, we're running out of time, but this is a kind of digital passport that will be imposed by the European Commission. emphasizing not only, all the circular and understanding the supply chain of it, but on top of that, making sure that, the consumer are not dealing with counterfeit product. So our role is definitely, changing at the speed of light. So how do we change, our world, your world? Thank you very much. And please, Saman.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Fantastic.
Sorry, too passionate and too much to say, but today I'm very pleased to be here because, as I mentioned, this is more than a job, more than a company. We're on a mission, and we do believe that we will be, we will succeed to tackle these massive issues only, if we join forces. So we're building a couple of things together because, breaking silos and connecting the dots will make a huge difference.
We are very happy to have you in the network of Tech Center already. And thank you very much for the fantastic presentation. Thank you. Looking forward to many initiatives that we are going to announce soon. So we are going to break now for a shorter amount of time that we had planned. So if you're so kind to come back at 4:15, I don't need to sell you the next panel. Just check what is coming up, and I'm sure you will be there. At 4:15 we start. Thank you very much. Please feel free also to go downstairs for coffee, for water, to get some air. Feel free, feel home.
On stage. I'll explain later. I know, you need to certify your business trip to the back to front. I just Saman, can you stand here for 30 seconds?
Guys, we're going to have a lot of time.
Drink something and then you will like it. I promise you. He looks like a great summer. I am
Yeah. Everywhere. Yeah. Yeah. So I love One minute. No, you're supposed to go.
Your leg, or you wanted the phone? You wanted the phone?
Make sure that you should bring system, because it's very easy to, like you send $15 million, to just clean your image and say, yeah, there's a lot of just do it. And I was last week with greenwashing and everything, but it's okay, and I was here but
Hay algo ahí, pero
Shall we please get seated to start the next panel? All right, so we need to start, please. We are getting started. Vincent. Bring everyone in. Thank you.
I tried to get a babysitter, but she leaves at 7, so I have to be in Bahrain at 7 to get the kids.
Thank you very much for coming. Thank you. All right, so we are going to start the second session. Okay, so in this second session, we are going to have Dr. Yorgos Dimitriou, the director of our research center, who is going to start the session with us. If you may, please sit and we can start. Take care. Thanks for coming. All right. So, do we have slides for Dr. Yorgos Dimitriou? Okay. So, please join me in receiving Dr. Yorgos Dimitriou on the stage, the director of our Circular Economy Research Center. Please.
Slides. Okay. I need to find how to navigate this. All right. Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Yorgos Dimitriou, and I'm the director of the Circular Economy Research Center here at the Business School. Very pleased to be here together and announcing with Saman the Tech Center. I think that the Tech Center was something well needed for the business school, and not only just for the era or the technological era that we're going through, but the point is that we do believe at the school that technology would be one of the major disruptors in so many domains, including sustainability and circular economy that I'm working on. One of the things that strike me these days that I was doing the presentation was a little bit the human nature of all these things that we are discussing. And why is that? Because I was comparing the next slide that you will see with something very recent. And the question here is, how long do we know about climate change and the potential grave consequences that climate change may have to the humanity? And why all of a sudden we are now sensitive? Well, according to some historical facts that you will see here, the first references to climate change were already in 1824. And this progressed in 56 with the carbon dioxide and water evaporation. And I'm not going to go all the historical thing, but already in 1938, we started talking about the global warming, and that escalated a little bit more later in the time history. So this is nothing particularly new when we're discussing about climate change and sustainability. Well, and not only that, then discussing a little bit about is this slide missing? Okay. Discussing a little bit more about the climate change and the cost of it. What we have seen the past decade is a losses in the economies of 145 billion euros from climate change, whether it's climatological events, hydrological events, and meteorological events. Now, the point here is that this has a cost per inhabitant, and right now, the EU is about 25 euros per person. Now, the point is that this is increasing. It has never been like that, but this is increasing rapidly, and we will see major impact in the economies. Now, the point is circular economy, which, according to a number of literature, it came to the forefront already in the 1970s. Now, this is where science put it on the table. This is where research has put it on the table in 1970s. And the point is that it meant to start disrupting the linear economy. As we know, linear economy is the make waste economy. You know that very well. This is the biggest problem that we had. Of course, we made a lot of efforts to change it. We went to the recycling economy, whereby what we try to do is to introduce waste back to the production stage. However, what we realized, this has not resulted what we wanted is an economy or an environment. So eventually, the big bet is on circular economy, which effectively, if it's implemented correctly, we are talking about the reduction of or the elimination of the resource extraction. Now, very important is that I've been looking, at least at myself, the topic of circular economy for more than a decade. And already I have to tell you, and I'm showing this map sometimes, in 2013, these are the EU funded activities across the globe. Do you see anything there? In 2014, the first activity started. And the first funded activity started in various countries and in various places, not just in Europe, because the European Union at least has a lot of transnational programs. And of course, in 2015, had intensified with a number of EU initiatives taking place along the globe. Now, some of the people before me talked about the importance of regulation, policy, financing, etc., etc. That is very true, especially in the context of circular economy, because as I showed you in the very first slide, we know about the problem of climate change 100+ years now, and this is not something particularly new. And why I linked these first slides with some memories, fresh memories, is because just a year ago, we were still suffering from COVID, and a lot of things were able to happen in a remote way. All of a sudden now, the year after COVID, people don't think to preserve some of the good flexibilities that COVID has brought into the forefront, and they're pushing back to the old system. That means that people need somehow to be regulated either through the market or through the pressure that they need to receive, or the regulation or the policy. So the important point here is that there is no embracement at the rational point of view that this is something that have to do because it's great for our environment. Now, what is important is that at least at the European level, I think the circular economy is something that Europe can and has to be proud of, because a lot of things, at least at the policy level, has started at the European level. And basically, if we see what has been the proclamations of the EU, is that we want to be the world leader in circular economy, and of course, linked to the tech, they want to invest a lot on clean technologies. Now, what is important for me here is to show that there is an alignment between a number of initiatives that started with the funding programs of the EU. And the first Circular Economy Action Plan was already there in 2015. Now, why I'm saying that? Because if you will see in this slide, this is in the main program of the European Commission about the European Green Deal. Everybody focuses on the green boxes. I focus on the blue ones. And the blue ones is that the Commission in somehow acknowledges that in doing this transition, there are going to be some sunk costs, and someone has to assume those sunk costs. The industry by itself, it's not going to assume the sunk costs. It's not what happens normally. So especially TRL1, as we call it, technology readiness level research 1 and 2, they're going to be financed by these programs. And the second part, they leave no one behind, the just transition, is that the inclusiveness that this has. However, let me underline one thing, because this was already published in 2020 for 2021 and 27 program. This is not going to last forever, meaning there are economic operators, universities that have been receiving fundings for the past 2 years, and they will be receiving for the next 5 years, that in the next period, the economy and the society will assume some results out of here. We will not be at ground zero in 2027 with the Green Deal. Just to give you a number, the Green Deal program is funded with 100 billion euros in research. So you have to understand the magnitude of the investment that we are talking. Now, another important thing is the policies. Are the policies. The policies are very important in this point of view, and I just wanted to illustrate at least one, which is the carbon border adjustment mechanism that has been practically released a few days ago. And what is this about? Is about the fair price on the carbon emitted during the production of carbon-intensive goods. However, what is important here is the second part, that are entering the EU, and to encourage clear and industrial production on non-EU countries. That means that all of a sudden we are not talking about the EU context, the EU member states, we are talking about our partners as well. The lack of compliance with this will start having competitive advantages and disadvantages for the EU and the non-EU market. So this is very important to be looking at in the whole policy environment. Now, which are the first 6 domains that are being affected? That's the cement, iron and steel, aluminium, fertilizer, electricity, and hydrogen. So you see already that those markets will start being affected. For example, the construction industry will be quite affected by the import of those materials. So all of a sudden now, the kind of, allow me the word, the game is changing. It's not the EU is doing that and everybody else does something else. There is a sort of alignment, harmonization that is taking place. Now, what is important also discussing about the tech, I'm just reflecting on 2 documents that were published there, 2019 and 20 by the Commission, illustrating the vision and shaping Europe's digital future, included in the competitive economy, the circular and digital EU industries. So this has been in the core of the EU. So the fact that even at the business school we have the Circular Economy Research Center, now we have the Tech Center, I think that it's also our way to express that we acknowledge and we understand the messages that at least at the EU we're seeing. And the other thing is that also in the white paper that has been launched for artificial intelligence, it is also underlined that what we are looking is a strengthening of the EU in green and circular economy, healthcare, cybersecurity. So you can see that all the aspects together are being bundled in the new political landscape that is coming ahead of us. Now, what is important is that let me give you a small industrial example. It's not totally an industrial example. It's a building in the Netherlands, the Edge. How many of you know the Edge? Good, perfect. I've been there also last week. We had a very good meeting there. Now, what is important about the Edge is it's the most sustainable, certified sustainable building in the world. It includes a number of innovations there. And what is important is that they have taken the technological advancements, they implemented them into a construction which had an amazing impact on the sustainability. And what is important is that the last part, which is that the edge is producing 10% more energy than it consumes. So you can start imagining how this would look in a greater landscape, how the technology bridging together with so many other domains can be an enabler for sustainability, for better well-being, etc., etc. So this is, in fact, a real vision of the company that has made the edge. And what is important is that these people are focusing in creating more and more buildings that they will uphold the technological advancements, because a smart building can actually talk to you. It can tell you its own needs. I have humidity, I have a leakage, I have things which before maybe it could take years to discover. The damages would be huge, wear and tear, the loss of natural resources, etc., etc. And now we have the possibility to make something better out of it. Now, talking about that, so of course it's not just Europe. Europe is not the center of the world, despite the fact that we would like to think so sometimes. So what we have seen in the greater arena, and in fact with my colleague Claudio there, that we are having, in fact, yesterday we were celebrating because our new project, the research project, is starting. What is that project about? Is about creating new knowledge for circular economy and a digital innovation hub that will be supporting that activity. And my colleague Claudio over there is the coordinator of the program. So what's happening? We know that the first ever ISO standard on circular economy is coming up, is going to be released on the 14th of February 2024. So we are going to be having Valentine's Day with an ISO. And what is important here is that it's not just Europe. We're talking about 71 member states and 14 observing member states. What does that mean? Well, it means that we are going to start having a universal truth globally to speak with each other. This will be used already by banks, by insurance companies, by so many people in order to start making products, even for technology providers to start understanding what is the baseline that they will be using. What about the industrial landscape? We have regional sustainability leaders in the GlobeScan survey. So here we have starting having competitions between companies. You will see in North America, Patagonia, in Europe, Unilever, in Asia Pacific, Data, and other companies that right now they're competing to show to the people their sustainability. Now, whether we believe them or not, that's another thing. But the point is that all of a sudden, this is becoming a thing. And this thing is what we need to be taking into consideration for what we will be doing the next period. So what about skills and education? That's also an important element, right? So as Henry Ford would say, the only thing worse than training your employees and having them leave is not training them and having them stay. And that is where, in our case, in the business school, what we tried to do when we established the CERC, in fact, we have established the CERC in a very premature period, and it matured with us, is to be able to provide this education and these skills to the people in order to be able to understand where the trends are. And let me remind you also something, although my time is over, I have just one thing, is we need to understand the education and the learning within the context we are. The business school is a business school. That means that we need to be looking at all these aspects from their business point of view, the business impact, the business metrics, and not necessarily the science part. We have great scientific institutions in Europe and abroad that they're doing a lot of sciences. So everybody needs to be contributing to that direction from its own merits. And And just to close the topic on the skills, EU has said that these 7 years ahead of us is the years for the twin green and digital transition. And they talk about the twin green and digital transitions, but for me, the most important thing is the last paragraph. Europe will only become a climate neutral continent, a resource efficient society and circular economy with an informed population and workforce that understands on how to think and act green. So I would skip this. So I have only one conclusion for you today, only one, which is that circular economy is connected or hyper-connected with everything. So whatever you think, how you think, it doesn't matter what you do. You talked about textiles, you talked about the women in tech, you talked about whatever. Circular economy is connected in any given way because all these ways are contributed into one thing, to the elimination of the extraction of scarce resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yorgos is an asset to the school. He's driving fantastic initiatives with the European projects. And also internally, we have great certificate programs around circular economy under his leadership that we have developed together. Thank you very much, Yorgos. So for next, I'm inviting my good friend and colleague, Dr. Christopher Cronenberg from Harvard MOC Network as well, to join us to take us deeper into circular economy. Please.
Thank you very much, Saman, for the invitation. Thank you very much for your talk. My name is Christopher. I have a professorship at the University of Applied Sciences, BFI Vienna. However, I'm not going to talk about my main job. I'm talking about an initiative we started a couple of years ago. And I want to pick up where basically you left, that circular economy is such a, it's messy. To be honest, it's such a interconnected project or transition, and we in Austria, we thought, okay, somebody has to pick up this transition and has to lead this transition, and we were waiting for political decision makers, but nobody did it. And if nobody does it, then you have to come up with a solution yourself. And therefore, we founded the Circular Economy Forum Austria a couple of years back now. I think it's 2 or 3 years now, where we basically said to ourselves, we have to be the leading organization in Austria dealing with this topic and promoting this topic, as we did see the transition and this interconnectiveness and this messiness of this period we are just in. So let me just quickly introduce the forum to you. We are politically independent. That was very important to us. We are currently, I think we have 30 to 40 individual members. We're working there for free, basically. It's all because of our enthusiasm at the end of the day. We do have supporting organizations. I just want to pick out 2 because I think they fit into this context here. The first one is Design Austria. Design Austria is a kind of umbrella organization for well, designers in Austria. And what we just learned from Kim, it's basically, it starts with design, and it's not only product design, it's design of your strategy, it's design of your business model, it's design of your ecosystem. You have to think about the outcome before you even start anything else, basically. So design is absolutely important. And the second organization I want to highlight is the Berta Landby Center for Systems Science. It's a research institution focusing on system thinking, systems design. And as we also heard already today, you have to think very broadly here. You have to think in systems. There is no point changing a little bit in your business model. You have to think all the way through what might the impact be as well. And so this is basically us, and the rest couple of minutes I show you a couple of examples what we do. This is yeah, another picture. Sorry. Should have come here. So we see each other as a kind of interconnection between, well, obviously businesses, but businesses is not enough. It's political decision makers, it's institutions. We work together with Chamber of Commerces because currently in Austria they don't have a clue as well what to do, but we are here to support. One of our probably the most prestigious project we are running currently, it's a kind of digital mapping of the entire Austrian ecosystem. So we try, or not we try, we map currently all the players in circular economy or involved in circular economy initiatives in Austria. It should be live in a couple of, let's say, weeks, probably it will be months, but who knows. But this is what we're trying to do. You know, you see criteria from circular design, from EU projects, and so on, from businesses up to recycling. And the goal is here really to have a kind of inclusive but Austrian-wide mapping of all the stakeholders and the interconnection. So if you click on one, you see the links to other business partners and other stakeholders. It should be, once again, a kind of interactive map where you see the relevant actors. So, and if you need information, you can just click on one of the players and you see how they are interconnected and what is the person you might want to contact to if you're interested in this field. Then we also learned from your talk, it's about education. My university, where my main job basically is, we started a collaborative program on circular economy education. It's executive education. It's a very short and condensed program. We designed this on purpose on a 3-month basis because this was basically the feedback we had from CEO, from businesses, basically that we need a very compact knowledge right now, and therefore we designed once again, it's a short program, only 3 months, and we had the first round in January. We have already our learnings. We adjust a little bit and start the next round in autumn. Once again, this is based in Vienna, but we the next step would be to expand this education also to the western part of Austria, to Tyrol or Vorarlberg. Then this is another project I'm involved in. This is basically has 2 purposes. This initiative, the one, it's a research-focused project. It's asking the question: so how can institutions on a regional level promote circular economy to create a more prosperous or more competitive regions? What we just learned from Pablo, competitiveness is being created on a regional, on an ecosystem level, but obviously in a circular economy context, it's kind of different than it is in a linear model. So it's a research-driven project, but also it has another purpose. We are going to develop workshops for the Chamber of Commerce in Lower Austria, because they told us that they're not used to having workshops where they invite several businesses. They're used to have workshops in a one-to-one situation. But once again, in a circular economy context, a one-to-one does not really make sense. It's a one-to-many, or they have to figure out, the businesses have to figure out how to come up with a solution, or at least a first idea, a first step when it comes to circular economy. So it's up to them, and it's up to the many of the businesses, but not only the one business. And we are designing a workshop series for the Chamber of Commerce in Lower Austria, where they can have several businesses in one workshop and to discuss where they or how they can create a kind of ecosystem on this regional level to promote the competitiveness of parts of Lower Austria. This is actually one of my favorite systems, favorite initiatives. It was also kind of research and interest driven. And basically it comes a little bit back what Virginia told us before, that in this entire discussion and that is going on about circular economy, and I think at least here, probably in this room, we are kind of aware what is going on. It's, you know, we know about circular strategies, we know about circular business models. I think we have an idea how to create a circular kind of ecosystem, but I think that's not the end of this story. And in this research project, we thought, okay, there's more to this, and we shouldn't leave the society behind. So it's more than business, more than the economy to this. So we started this research project 1 year ago. on circular society, where we basically identified different systems, basically. Obviously, the first one is the business system, where all these things when it comes to circular economies are true. But then we identified the institutional level. So could be political institutions, could be us in higher education or educational institutions as well, could be the unions who might have an interest in supporting this transition or might have an interest in not supporting this transition towards towards a kind of circular society. And then the social system, so basically all our norms and values we have as a society, which might have to change as well. So what about consumption as a leisure time activity? What about our use of energy? So I think all this behavior norms we have, probably values as well, they have to change on an individual and agglomerated on a society level as well. From my perspective, the social system is the most complex system to grasp, and I'm still not really getting my head around here. We do have a publication as well, just to mention this at the end of this. Currently it's an annual magazine, the Circular Insider Austria. You can have a look at it on the website and improve your German as well at the same time, because it's only available in German currently, but give it a go if you want to. Yeah. So I think this is a kind of summary. I think what we heard from the other speeches as well, it's a tremendous transformation we have, but somewhere we have to start. And what we especially tell our students in the executive education program, start with small-scale projects. And if this is a success, then go for the next step, basically, and take another, maybe bigger project as well. Thank you very much for your attention.
Perfect timing. Thank you very much. So Christopher is also a supervisor of our doctoral students in Paris, in China, and around the world. Also, he's supporting us across the 4 labs of the Tech Center. We count on his support, and we are very happy to have him with us. So the next guest that we have here, our next guest speaker, is a very good friend and a fantastic speaker that unfortunately he couldn't make it to be here. He has such a presence on the stage. He is Italian and he speaks like a very elegant way. Do we have Simone Cipriani with us online, please?
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Welcome, please.
Thanks, Saman. Thanks for having me.
Simone, I will be with you. I'm not sure if you can see the timer, but we are here, we see you, and many people online are seeing you and looking forward to
How long do I
the
have?
insight
20
and the
minutes?
wisdom that you're sharing. I'm not sure if your sound is...
I hear you perfectly. Do you hear me?
Can we increase the volume maybe from the regie?
Do you hear me?
Getting better, yes. Thank you very much for joining us.
Here I am.
Please.
How long do I have? 10 or 20 minutes?
You have 20 minutes.
Very well. Hey, guys. Very pleased to meet you. First of all, thanks, Saman, for having me. I am in Burkina Faso, in Ouagadougou. I am a UN officer. I also work in the industry of fashion. I'm here in Ouagadougou because this is one of the many places where we work in sub-Saharan Africa to create work for people who live in marginalized conditions, dignified work in the supply chain of the international fashion industry. We work with all the main European brands. We work also with many other brands in the US, in Japan, in Australia, across the world. So today we speak about, do you see me well? Is the light too strong? But there's a very strong sun behind me. I tried to close the curtains. I hope this is enough.
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Very good. We see you and your smile, and that's good enough, and we can hear you.
We speak today about sustainability. We speak today about sustainability as a form of stakeholder capitalism in the industry of fashion. Creation of stakeholder value, a new way to create value for business. This is sustainability in our vision. It goes beyond the classic concept of shareholder value. who are the stakeholders, first of all? A stakeholder is a member of a group without whose support the organization would not exist. Generally, we speak about internal stakeholders, of course, employees, the board, shareholders. We speak about external stakeholders, customers, suppliers, investors, insurers, banks, but also about entities that are outside the company, but that are critical to its operations, such as government, communities, even society and the environment as a whole. So let's try to define stakeholder value. Somebody says the optimum level of return for all stakeholders of the organization. Wow, what does it mean? We know that shareholder value maximizes cash flows and net profits. So what does the stakeholder value maximize? What kind of value it maximizes? Well, probably we indicate it in many different ways. It maximizes social efficiency, which is also measurable economically, investments in salaries and in healthcare, in well-being of the workers, and so on. It maximizes environmental efficiencies, which is also a factor of cost reduction and therefore increase of profits for companies. In any case, stakeholder value results in lower profits. It may result in lower profits in the short term until the goodwill generated by stakeholders generates more sales and efficiencies, which lead to higher net profits in the long term. This means that the stakeholder concept has value when setting the corporate strategy for the long term, since it builds support among a larger group of stakeholders that can lead to a better competitive position for the company. So we are back to the first point. What value do we create in the long term? In general, if we apply this to the fashion industry is slowly rephrasing its narrative to answer this question. Fashion industry is experiencing the desire of gradually moving towards some form of stakeholder value. It is trying to align its output and its operations with planetary boundaries, as well as with the need of a social foundation, and it's doing this in a world that is characterized by climate change, loss of biodiversity, excessive use of natural capital, inequality, conflict, and so on. Unfortunately, and this is a matter of fact, no polemic here, many fashion companies are not implementing sustainable solutions fast enough to counterbalance the negative environmental and social impact of this industry. Exact facts on this point are debated continuously. I will skip it. One thing is sure. The impact of this industry and thus its level of output is unsustainable. And it's unsustainable for a very simple reason. And now here I reconnect to the previous speakers, because value creation in fashion is still tied to extraction from wealth. Just as an example, the global greenhouse gas emissions of this industry are still growing, and they are very likely not to meet the 2030 target of a reduction of 45%, which is needed to stay on the path of the Paris Agreement on climate change. So we need a new business model that allows us to keep on growing within the limits of the planet and that generates stakeholders' value in another way. This means, somebody already said it in previous speeches, we need to decouple value creation from resource extraction. This is the real challenge, to create stakeholder value in the fashion industry. So the big question is how to achieve financial growth through degrowth of resources. Is it possible? There are many management points here. Better management of inventory, less overproduction and waste. These are important points in the fashion industry. These are key points. But the real point is another one, and it's mainly only one, which is circularity. That's the main point. In this industry, circularity means using regenerative materials and processes, scaling up repair, upcycling, recycling, increasing life cycle. Is it enough? Is it just a matter of implementing some technical solution? No. Such a radical change in the way we generate value inside an industry needs to be addressed at a higher level because it prompts a fundamental question. What is the purpose of this industry? What is the purpose of every single company that works in this industry? You know, guys, speaking about purpose is important. Purpose is about the most important organizing principle for a company because it is the reason why an organization exists. Purpose is about strategy. It guides decision making, and it is a powerful frame to guide the organization. Purpose is the starting point of the corporate debate around changing the business model to include circularity to become fully sustainable. How is purpose supported by our values and our mission? What vision of a sustainable future does this connect to? What kind of stakeholder benefits will follow? And how should we govern and reward progress on these points during the course of the year? We can get to many different formulations of purpose for this industry to offer a contribution towards solving the most urgent problems of people and the planet while remaining profitable and allowing future generations. But the very key point here is that defining purpose and therefore defining the sustainability position of the company is a responsibility that rests with the board of directors, because the board has a duty to take an intergenerational perspective that extends beyond the tenure of any management team now. In simple terms, purpose and thus sustainability, stakeholder value is a matter of governance, is a matter related to governance. We start from governance and then we go down into management and operations. It's real governance. How is the board of directors structured? Is there an executive committee in the board on this point or not? Or is it dealt at the level of the famous Norm Gov committee, the T1? Are all stakeholders of the company listed, acknowledged, and represented in the board? Somebody has written that the role of board of directors has changed. It used to be a body that oversees creation of value for shareholders. Now it's becoming a body that brings together all the interests of different stakeholders and harmonizes them together. It's about management of complexity. I just gave you another example, how to calculate compensation for those engaged in creating value for stakeholders. That's quite a question. All what we have said so far means only one thing. Sustainability, circularity is about accepting and managing complexity from the board of directors down to operations. I think there's a positive piece of news here. Once governance is well framed, once purpose is defined, managing operations and creating stakeholder value and economic value for the company in the long term can be greatly supported, enhanced by technology. Just think about the question we mentioned before. How do we decouple value from linear use of resources? Technology facilitates the use of regenerative resources. We can produce new materials that reduce the use of resource inputs and that are recyclable. Technology of recycling is evolving. I work in the fashion industry also with the Italian Association of the Fashion Brands, and I see the progress in that, the development in recycling technology that now uses less chemicals and less water. We can use artificial intelligence to design products that minimize impact on the planet, on society, and support circular models. We can use artificial intelligence to achieve improved decision making through data-driven analysis, complex data-driven analysis, complexity. I think that the first and practical tool that could be enhanced by artificial intelligence is ESG, sustainability due diligence. ESG due diligence is gradually becoming standard management practice in the industry. The forthcoming Supply Chain Act of the European Union will include a provision for compulsory, mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence in supply chains. ESG due diligence, we know it because we have produced with the Italian Confederation of Brands, of Fashion Brands, a due diligence tool on ESG, on sustainability, that produces dashboards and on ESG risks for managers. Can it be enhanced by artificial intelligence? Surely. Artificial intelligence can help in monitoring and detecting sustainability risks. It can help in offer a better understanding of complex data. It can highlight patterns of sustainability risks. It can help in real-time monitoring of risk indicators. So even due diligence on sustainability, which is a key management point connected to governance, connected to management, can be enhanced by the technology we have at hand. Yes, of course. Well, this is, we know we speak about this technology, we speak also about sensitivity of data, the fact that data can be stolen, and blah, 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 blah. There are many issues around every kind of technology, but we need to use it. Complexity, which is the real challenge of sustainability and circularity, cannot be addressed without these kind of tools. I will close by telling you something. Given the social, environmental, regulatory change we are going through, subscribing to a sustainability agenda effectively, starting from governance, adapting the whole business model of the company, will be the only factor that grant companies a sort of license to operate in the future. Enrolling in stakeholder capitalism, changing the strategic perspective and the business model is what is required today. If we want to remain active in this industry, in the industry of fashion, or more in general, if as humankind we want to remain on this planet. It's 15 minutes. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Saman.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Simone. All right, fantastic. Thanks for joining us online. I know it's not easy to fit it into your agenda, but we really enjoyed the conversations and the discussions.
It's always a pleasure. I hope to have this conversation in person with you all one day. Goodbye, guys.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Goodbye.
I'm receiving questions, but again, we will keep them for the final roundtable. So now I'm going to invite our good friend and colleague, Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey, to join the stage on us on AI, robotics, space tech, and beyond. I will help you with this. All right. So here's the microphone, and that screen is your timer.
Really? Okay. Perhaps I will need a help. Just 1 minute. Okay. Yes. But you told me 20 minutes. I have to use faster now.
Yeah, no 20 is.
Okay. I don't know if I should be clicking again this part or what.
Yes. Clicking again.
This one. Yes.
Yes. Double click. Double click.
Yes.
And now.
Now it should be coming, hopefully. Yes. Okay, great. So it is working now. And so this is a tech center. So we have a interesting technology to project myself and as well as the screen. So I was not aware that there is a timer which is very big enough. I cannot skip. Okay, now, now it is better one. So I also realized that it is far more better to project yourself on the screen. So next time I will do the remote presentation, looking very, very impressive there. So today, basically, I wanted to tell lots of things because it's a journey of robotics and AI and how it is creating the business ecosystem, the innovation ecosystem, the research challenges, opportunities. I will see how much I can tell today. So I have been playing different roles in different organizations, mostly around robots and with robots. So let us see some of these robots. So you can see they are designed for different needs because they are looking different as well. They have different purpose. They have different capabilities. And it's a wide spectrum. It is, again, just a dot in the spectrum of robots which we can see or think about in our current situation. And I think in the future, they will be more and more diverse and more useful. But I simply wanted to give the impression that I have spent, I think, half of my life with robots as humans. So I am in between robots and human. So, but I am not robot yet. And there is some interesting robots which are coming, which I cannot show it again, but again, keep tuned. And that, yeah, it is not the end, and it is the beginning of really having and developing new kind of robots for lots of new applications which we are thinking. And today I will talk about some of the societal as well as some application in space of these robots. So these are some of the interesting R&D challenges and trends which are happening. So these robots are getting integrated with artificial intelligence and other technologies, and there are lots of things which we have to solve as the community, as the business entity, or as a company, or as an individual. And some of the trends are that how to make this technology more interactive for the human, increase and improve their situation assessment and perception capabilities, at the same time how they can learn and adopt, and then how they can even make some decision or predict the things. That is also something which will be coming. It is already at the beginning, but I think in the future we will be seeing this type of technology which are capable of doing this. And obviously, to automate the things, we need lots of things to be automated. The interesting thing is that all those things have been happening in the past, but not in the way where the gap between invention to innovation to product is decreasing. So really, this is the time where you can think about, okay, something is at very early stage, but suddenly you will see a kind of solution or product which is coming out of these technologies. It was never the case in the past. So we have to be also very what you say, accelerated to adopt to this technology, and also to adopt our way of getting integrated with the technology. Obviously, technology is integrated, getting integrated with us, but how we can get integrated in our lifetime, different kinds of technologies. So this is something I think is related to Industry 5.0, that different technologies are coming together. And that's where is the bigger innovation which is happening and which will be happening. So we can think about robots being the body, mind as the AI, and then different sensing technology, the communication technology of sensing devices, and IoT, which we have been seeing in the past, as the sensor. So you might have heard about body, mind, and soul. So we have to talk about body, mind, and sensors now, and think that how all these can combine together to create the right kind of innovation, which will be really bridging some of the gaps and then the needs for us. So again, I cannot spend lots of time in all these. That's why I'm speaking very fast and moving fast, but you can raise your hand whenever you want. But this is something which I also wanted to highlight, is basically robots have been there for many decades. But what has changed? So in the past, they have been working in an environment which was natural or which was designed for the robots. And that thing was making these robots to be useful, not useful in many other applications. And now these robots are becoming social, in the sense that they are now getting used to us and to our environment, in the way they are able to at least see that if there is someone in the chair, sitting on the chair, or if the chair is empty. That makes a big difference in the way the robots should be behaving. But there are lots of other scenarios in which we need the robots to understand us, even at our cognitive level, that if there is a cognitive stress because of their presence or the behavior, or if we will need a kind of help or support from the robot. So that was a new, different kind of branch which was evolving, including the social aspects of robots and their behavior. And interestingly, because of the advancement in those dimensions, robots started to be collaborative, even in the environment which were earlier designed for the robots, in industry, in underwater, and in future in space as well. So this collaboration between human and robot started to emerge a new kind of application, that how the whole ecosystem can be created, where neither robot nor human, but both of them together working and making something more useful. So that's the direction in which the future will be moving. And there are obviously challenges once these robots are there in society, or if we are operating, or if we are just listening about robots. So this is the question I used to ask to many people, that if just raise your hand if you have seen robots first time in reality before seeing them in the movies. No one? Okay, that's great. So you can see the ratio, that really there is a perception which was already built by whatever you have seen or heard about robots, but not seeing or interacting with them in reality, but getting your perception and perception shaped by all these science fiction. And that's where is the challenge, that how the people perception, user expectation, the real capabilities of the robot, and what should be the right messaging, so that the expectation of the people is also grounded, and the way they will be accepted by the people is also grounded. And it is again the thing which is happening, but it is happening faster now. I will show you some of the data later on. So I don't know if we can have sound now. Okay, perhaps I can just show a part of this and then I will skip.
No.
It is not coming. Okay. Okay. Perhaps it is the sound was not audible enough, right? Yeah. Then let me just try to find where is the microphone for this one.
Thank you. Did not get you.
Okay, while we are trying to resolve this, let me just tell that why we are having this type of capabilities. I think it will be just taking time. Let us skip this, no problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's okay. We will see. Because my timer is also moving and I wanted to show. So here the idea is that once these robots or artificial intelligence in whatever form, either embodied in robot or virtual character or performing whatever task we think, we might not be able to pre-program them for all the situation and all the tasks they might be able to do, or all the like behavior they should be able to generate. That's where there is a need to have a kind of learning capabilities in these robots. And when you try to learn, like when you try to teach it something just by having a natural way of interaction, there are another level of challenges which will be coming. So either you can program it if you are a very good programmer and constrain the behavior of these technologies, in the sense whenever I say technology, something which is interacting with us, robots or virtual character or AI, whatever we can think, or we can provide a secure and safe way for these robots to be evolving with you, learning new things and behaving in the way which is more appreciated or which is required by the scenario, by the task or by the situation. So this is also one of the directions in which we have to put effort, because now we have lots of technology, even the AI is there, we are able to teach them, but how we will ensure that they are learning good things and they are behaving in the way which is needed by the situation. So that's where there have been different ways of teaching them, but let me skip that part. I will try to provide the videos later on. So let us see some of the application of this. So we have been traditional robotics, then AI came, they were very happily married, and they started to really produce interesting results and solutions. And but still something was missing, and still we have to figure out that what is the purpose when we are trying to create these robots or bring these technologies. What is the use, what is the purpose, who will define and decide those purpose? And that's where I think we have been already talking about society, which has to play a big role here to figure out the needs and the applications, and then to develop the technology in the way which is trying to serve some of those needs. And that's where the bigger ecosystem is very much needed to be created. And with this tech center, I think we are one step very closer to create that bigger ecosystem where we can bring all the different kind of stakeholders and then really try to see how even the first step of designing and development of a particular technology should be considering the end application and be useful for that kind of particular application. So we have to talk more about that thing when we are really moving in the tech center initiative. This thing, I think you can again not hear the sound, but just try to read subtitles. Hopefully that will be big enough for you to read. Okay. I hope the subtitle will come. Yes.
You want one more teacher? Huh? You want one more teacher? Yeah, but you give me a lot of difficult questions. Maybe he might think that I'm a baby and just give me easy questions.
So I don't know if you got the voice or the message, but it is very interesting. This is very interesting way to even understand the need. So even this a small kid, he has a need. He has a problem in life, and he thinks that this robot can be helpful in solving that problem. So why can't we think about in the way the child is thinking. Just try to see what we have to solve, and then we will see how technology can help there. And it's very interesting because he really thinks that people are even not understanding him, and perhaps the robot will be more understanding about the difficulties the child is facing, even in the assignment. So this is just one way that we can put a solution and let the feedback from the people, but in a positive way. Then objective, the bigger objectives, we have to figure out that what we really want to achieve. Do we want to do things in a more meaningful way, or more economical way, or more sustainable way? What are our objectives? And based on that objectives also, how we will design these technologies or solution will be a critical factor which we have to consider. And obviously there are lots of benefit, including the workload of the human, and the safety aspect for the people. And I can simply read the list, but I think you can even find and add more item in the list. And obviously the AI with the ability to handle large amount of data and finding meaningful information or patterns, or at least helping us to find meaningful information and patterns, are some of the aspects where we can think about that. Yeah, these technologies are going to serve and assist us better. Okay, so again, this is the list, and it is not a complete list. So these technologies are already being used in well-being, in healthcare, in elderly care facilities, in targeted drug delivery, then retail, entertainment, wherever sector we can think about. And this is obviously increasing. This is another thing which I feel something and sometimes very sad about, and that if really the long working hour or workload is compromising our living and health. If that is the case, we have to really find a solution, and bring these technologies to help and assist us to be living healthier and happier, hopefully. Another application which I wanted to highlight is this one, that, as I mentioned, robot can be a body. So why can't we think them as our avatar? So in this case, the person on the right is using the robot as the avatar and interacting with someone in a remote place. And it is a multimodality of interaction, where the verbal interaction, the expression, and even assisting physically someone, but done by an expert who is just again using the robot. And robot with its intelligence, it is trying to bridge the gap if there is some gap, or if there is a need of some local intelligence in the present environment. So the human intelligence and the robot intelligence, they are working in a shared way to achieve a task which might not be feasible. And especially during COVID, this type of scenario, we have already seen that there is a need of assistance of people even from remote location. And another interesting thing is, this is creating jobs for the people who are differently abled. And there are already applications of that, where these robots can, why not these robots can be used as the body of the people, to assist or to enable them to do a job which they might not be able to do. And this is very interesting application, where it is completely opposite to robots taking job. Another thing is, now from social space we are going to the outer space, and the problem is we have only 3 minutes. So we will see how much I can cover here. So these robots are now again being used, at least seen to be useful in lots of application in space, for assembly, maintenance, inspection, whatever we can think about. And again, the collaboration with human in space. And opportunities are huge, but challenges are also big, because it's a thing which is happening now, and lots of unknowns are there. And but that is the next frontier, because we have seen lots of evolution in robotics. So robotics has started as a core research branch, and then it has started to get integrated in industry, then in surgical aspect and medical robotics, and then, as I mentioned, in the social aspects. In between also, there have been lots of application. Now the space is the next frontier. I made this bigger because now I am working in this dimension, but it is really becoming big as well. So I cannot tell much about the new development which we are doing, But at least what I can say is that integration of robots in a space ecosystem is really creating the vibe which is making the whole economy from walking to running. And then this is something which is also changing. I think I will skip this part so that we can move to the concluding slides very quickly. So how to achieve useful robots? We have to include all the stakeholders, and these are some of the scenarios where in healthcare we are trying to involve with stakeholders, then in utility sector as well, and interdisciplinary collaboration is very key here. And when we are talking about this kind of collaboration, there are lots of challenges, and let me highlight one of those. We simply want to make something which is on the right, which can regulate the hot and cold water. Very simple problem. And we want to achieve, or we are at least envisioning this kind of solution. But perhaps we can have some solution like this as well. So this one is also trying to regulate the hot and cold water, but perhaps not in the sustainable and more integrated and the manner which will be really useful. So where is the problem? I think once we are starting to create the collaborative ecosystem and involving all the stakeholders, we have to really think about the right strategy and lots of other aspects which I can mention here. But again, we have to keep in mind that which kind of solution we want to achieve and how we can achieve the right kind of solution. Even the problem statement and the end result is looking same. So that's where again I think this tech center will be playing a big role. New jobs are coming. I can skip that part also. Space robotics market is also, again, if you will see different dimensions, like different reports, you will have some variation, but at least the projection is looking good for us to sustain. Now it is 0, so I will have to conclude really, otherwise there might be some issues. So we have a bigger, longer way to go, and we have to really contribute as a player in this whole ecosystem. And this is not a robot, this is my son, and he has a very nice expectation and dream at the moment that he wants to really do different kind of tasks and activities when grown up. I was having something similar. But what is the problem? Why we are not able to achieve that dream? Perhaps these technologies can be enabler to keep your dream and live your dream when even you are grown up. So here I can stop. Thanks a lot. Okay.
Thank you very much, Amit. It's never enough to hear about all of these sessions that we had, and especially Amit also has a very enjoyable way of listening to his presentation. So thank you very much. So next, I'm going to invite my good friend and colleague, Dr. Lobna Karoui, to talk about generative AI strategy and ethics. Please. So we will set up the timer there for you. Yes, and that's the timer.
Okay. Thank you very much, firstly, Dr. Saman, for this invitation. It's a great pleasure, and for sure, great achievement today with this announcement about the new center, tech center for this prestigious institution. So thank you very much for that. When someone called me a few days back, we talk about the hot topics about artificial intelligence, for sure, generative AI, the main topics of responsible AI. And very quick, he proposed the topic. I was saying, like, let's go and do it. It's fitting the reality of what we are living today, and it's very important to talk about. So very quick, I am an AI strategist. I present myself as a tech philanthropist because it's very important to democratize and bring this knowledge and material from different brilliant minds to the society in order to make AI more understood by everyone in the society, in every place in the world. And that's why I will not be able in few minutes to dig in all the topics, but I offer some material and resources from time to time, so you will see a lot of things that you can reach after that if you want to know much more, not from me, but from brilliant minds in the world working in big corporates and institutions as well. So very quick, the purpose of this talk is mainly to understand and to answer this question: generative AI, is it a myth or a reality? So at the end, I think we will have the answer. Firstly, if you see everyone, all the media, all the news talk about generative AI. And just as a small, very quick story about that, in November 2022, everyone, I think million of people wake up with ChatGPT up to their hands, right? And I found myself, generally I have an interview every 6 months or around in order to talk about AI, right? And I found 5 interviews in less than 1 month talking about ChatGPT, generative AI. Is it a myth? Is it a reality? What are the threats? What we can do by generative AI? Our company are implemented it yet or not yet? So a lot of questions come in that, and also if it's there is an impact on the jobs market as well or not. So as you see, a lot of one of the questions that they asked me at that time, is it a threat for Google? And I was working there, right? So I will defend Google until the end of my day. So I was saying, I don't think so, but let's wait and see. And I think a few days back in the Mountain View, we have the reports from Google, and we see that generative AI will be everywhere, and it's very important to mention it. So I think it's very important to understand that there's a big global hype about generative AI, and it's not only a hype. As I move in these presentations, it's very important to understand also what the tech leaders are thinking about generative AI and what they are saying. So no surprise when you see Bill Gates. Bill Gates is talking about the fact that probably he's pointing this his competitors, right? Microsoft and Amazon. So he's talking about that. Generative AI will probably help us don't use any more search site or Amazon as well. If we hear the CEO of NVIDIA, he said that everyone is a programmer thanks to generative AI. And I think after that, I will present a little bit, some examples for sure. But if we hear about Copilot from Microsoft, it's really helping the developers, whether to generate code, but also to automate testing and so on. So there is a lot of functionality very useful for people who are developing, as my previous background before. iPhone also, it's not Tim Cook who talked about that, but Apple was saying that generative AI will transform iPhone. And at the end, Google also talked about that, and we saw a few days back how the report is and where it will be generative AI embedded everywhere, products, services, everywhere. So now we saw what the tech leaders are talking about, right? We saw the hype from media, from the global society, let's say. But the question is, where is generative AI today? Where is it implemented? So if you see like a couple of news also from in this slide, you will see that generative AI is almost everywhere. It's an investment, it's in customer experience, it's an insurance, it's also in legal professionals' work and in payment. And I took just a few examples here just to show you that it's completely different from one area, from one sector to another's, but generative AI is almost everywhere today. So when we talk about any technology, it's very important to see how the startup landscape is shaped. So here you will see, like in this presentation, you will see that we have generative AI startups about almost everything. We have marketing and sales, we have data summarizations, we have general writing and content editing, and more and more and more, right? And you will see, according to the colors, it's about image, text, audio, whether it's coding, so MLOps and so on, or data and decisions. So it's very important to see that today, generative AI is also up to our hands, based on the startup movement as well. But if we have, like we use a little bit figures to make it more concrete, we can see that the investment on generative AI was only 1.5 billion in 2020, and in less than 2 years, it's multiplied by 4. And if we make a focus in France, because now we are in France, right, we can see that amongst 590 startups, 76 startups are on generative AI created recently. So it's amazing. The move is here. And very quick, as I'm seeing with the time, generative AI. I will talk a little bit about also the revenue that already is generated, and it will be generated by end of this year. 154 billion revenue in 2023, and a progress of 27% per year up to 2026. It's amazing. And what about the top performers, let's say, by per region? We see like every time, United States, it's for sure the top performer, but Western Europe is growing faster than United States. And Asia Pacific, no surprise, 70% of organizations have started exploring or investing in generative AI. And I think I saw a lot of probably colleagues here from China as well, and Asia Pacific. So, and the investment now, if we have a kind of idea about that, we will see that AI investments, the largest one is on banking, and then retail, professional services, and for sure the biggest, the fastest one is media. Media, because there is a big threat, and generative AI will help them improve their cost. Very quick, if it's working. Yes, it's working. I have only 2 minutes, so I will not stop in all the slides. The most important thing is to have the idea that it's everywhere, and it's not a myth anymore. It's a reality that it came in less than 7 months, which is amazing. And it show us that AI and technology, it's an enabler for sustainable future. And it's very important because Simon talked about that a little bit. Amit talked about robotics and AI. I think today's AI is everywhere, and we need to make it understood for everyone, from children to parents to society to everyone, and for sure for industry, because I'm working with. So it's nice. Now the question is, if you want to know much more information about generative AI, I'm hosting an online event for Africa next week. It's about generative AI, the new source of creation. And we will have speakers from Amazon, Microsoft from Washington, Adobe from Silicon Valley, and Philips. So it's very important, and it's for society, right? It's not for a company, it's for society. And those brilliant minds will come and share their knowledge with the people, with the global society. Very quick, I will not talk about AI vision and strategy, and I think we have the slides and we have a lot of writing about that. But whenever we build the strategy, AI strategy, it's very important to build the road, right? To think about where you want to be and why. So I will move quickly, but I will just say one word about that your strategy should include at least a clearly articulated vision of where you had like to be. You have to make an assessment of the journey in order to build the road, and you need to create an added value, very quick, but also sustainable added value. And it's very important to talk about sustainable added value and show it to the stakeholders, shareholders. Simon talked about that, and it's very important to make these ambitions collective, and not only coming from data scientists, AI experts, and so on. And I'm working in a daily basis. I will move very quick because I don't have enough time. But if you want to know more about AI strategy, you can reach this podcast on AI Exponential Thinker, where we talk about how can we craft an AI strategy, what are the pillars of it, how can we succeed the digital transformation based on that, and so on. So, and I saw a lot of people coming from Harvard, right? So we had the privilege a few months back to have Francis Frey from Harvard as well. We talk about leadership, we talk about strategy and change and digital transformation. It's very important also, and that's why I'm saying it's brilliant minds coming and joining to help and support the global community. I will just move to the second one. Yes, generative AI, ethics. I will stop here. I will not talk about that, but I will just share a little bit knowledge. If you want, you have another podcast named the AI Deal of Trust, where we talk about AI ethics from all the perspectives, right? about, and we had the privilege to have Kay Firth Butterfield from the World Economic Forum. We have a lot of brilliant mind, and from Harvard, we have the Chief Digital Officer of Harvard Business Review, who joined us also to share the knowledge. Very quick, last, I will conclude on that. Soon, with Women in Tech, we are launching a Humanized AI. It's a new podcast. And the aim of the podcast is to empower and champion girls and women in STEM to build a diverse and inclusive tech future. This podcast is already ready. It's already ready. We are launching it in a few days. And we have already brilliant ones who joined these missions from Google, TikTok, Meta, World Economic Forum, former minister, and HEC Paris. So it's amazing. I am sure we will have other people from here to join as well in order to raise and to share this knowledge and to make it more understood for everyone, because it's a collective work that we are creating for the future and also for an inclusive future for everyone. And it's not about only trust technology. It's about inclusive trust technology future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much also for sharing some very useful links and channels. So we will continue the discussion, the questions that we have received as well for the roundtable panel conversations at 6 p.m. Paris time. So now it's the break time. Please enjoy and be back. We start at 6 sharp. Thank you.
How are you? Good. Good, good. I'm just trying to figure out from here I have to go to the extreme. अरे एक और है ना वो आने वाली इवेंट है वहाँ पर भी invitation है वही है हाँ कुछ स्पेशल है क्या कॉकटेल में अभी हम ही घूम रहे हैं वही अभी हालत खराब हो गया रोबोट को भी लाएंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम यहाँ पर बैठेगा कम से कम टॉप दे देगा मेरे जगह पर हाँ yeah Sophia was trying to do sometime those kind of things yeah Yeah, it is in this part, I think, and then the problem is that ये टैक्सी लेने पर बहुत समय लग जाएगा. 16th, I think. Yes, that's what I used to do, but people are suggesting that during that time it will be too crowded to go that side. I should be there by 7 at most. Yeah, but this round session. That's the problem. That's why I have to. I am kind of, yeah, like in a important meeting, and then they have some plans to go. I am in the delegation. Someone if I can speak, बिजी रहता है क्या इसमें ऑफिस का सब बहुत ट्रैफिक रहेगा सर पूरा सिटी का पुलिस हिसाब से ना बदल जाएगा people wait कर रहे हैं काम हो जाएगा बात करके देखते हैं कि हम लोग अभी थोड़ा बात करेंगे
So where you know where? Oh, okay. So I'm sure you put in a lot of like yeah, because yeah, a couple of things.
Yeah. And yes. And yeah. Maybe
How big stuff do you want?
So we don't need this anymore, right?
But maybe keep one, maybe they don't need microphone at all. Maybe this one, let's keep it. Yeah.
Hola. Give me the Karen. Okay. We need to vibe.
share this knowledge or this content in China or some let's say audience, something like that. We are ready
That's 8, right? 8. I call
Six chairs here.
6 or 8? I call it something.
So now I'm in China. And the layout. Yes. Let's go, I think, 15 minutes.
No, he said 6 chairs. I said 6 chairs. It's not like that. If he's joining, I might need to send him another link. If Simone is joining, we might need to send another link. It doesn't maybe work with the same link.
It doesn't?
I don't know. I will check. God, assume it is. So we need to send that AG also. Should be router.
And Simon, online we should send another link or something, do you know? Because that link might not work.
No, check right now.
Okay.
Can you ask everyone to come? But don't worry, she's coming. But you can already ask them to see. Là maintenant, dès qu'on démarre, on sera là. Sinon, on peut garder ça.
Mais en fait, ça va faire un micro.
Pas de problème.
Mais
You utilise celle-ci. Non, mais il y a pas ah oui, ça marche. On peut pas
J'en ai d'autres, j'en ai 8.
Ouais, tant mieux.
Bah, je vais en mettre
Trois
là.
autres. No, one I keep.
One you keep.
Then
And
you
then
keep.
peut-être qu'il share. On a 4. I.
Yeah, he's bringing two
Donc,
more.
3 autres.
On a combien?
Là, vous en avez 4.
That was great.
Yeah, but I like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe 10 minutes. Yeah, it's very inspiring. I'm based in Paris. I'm coordinate. Yeah, this program.
Another mic. So he's bringing three, saving it.
No, but Saman, not everyone is share. 3 microphones here. Wait, wait. Non, ça c'est long. Ok, ça marche. This one is good. I need that one. So that is 2. So this goes here. One.
I have one. No?
Yeah, no. You have to ask for another one. Let's put the one here.
I was super impressed.
We are getting started.
Ex-patronne jusqu'à la fin. C'est pas maintenant qu'il l'a remplacé, mais il était encore patronne.
And it was scary. He was replying, the robot was replying to whatever I said.
Yeah.
Christopher, yes. Thank you.
Mais c'est très intéressant, c'est super intéressant parce qu'en fait,
So you
sort de du regard ex-colonialiste sur un environnement qui est tellement contraint, mais en même temps tellement riche, et qui permet de faire du vrai bon design.
We are in the picture now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And you? Yeah. Great.
No.
Avec une petite pancarte.
But I'm reading your question. I'm working here.
Which we had. Yeah. He was in the board. I invited him 2 months back. Biggest teacher in India. Manu, no, in India. It's very known and he's invited by the Prime Minister of India.
But which part of software?
It's an
Okay, so thank you very much. We are starting the last part before the drinks. So this is the last official part of the conference with a roundtable with the speakers who could stay with us. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, Ayumi had to leave, and now I have my friends here. So I'm going to go through the questions that we received, and Simone is also online with us. The first question, I guess it goes to myself. So it's what are the Industry 5.0 standards? What about the digital maturity model for Industry 5.0 and how we evaluate the gap? Well, Industry 5.0, there's not standards defined yet, right? So this is what we are talking about with a lot of futures thinking applied and a lot of emergent thinking, convergent thinking, divergent thinking that we are putting together to get some foresight about the future and also get prepared for it. So as we speak, there is no standards yet, but that is what we are going to contribute to at the Tech Center with this community of experts, researchers, and executive decision makers from various industries that are joining us on the Tech Center. So that was the part for me, but I have one for Pablo. What impact will the competitiveness of Industry 5.0 have on the traditional competitiveness model, for example, the Porter Diamond model?
Well, as we hinted in the earlier conversation, Industry 5.0 is reconciling digital and circularity is at the heart of competitiveness. Because we mean long-term competitiveness, and for that you have to keep in mind the footprint, the social environmental footprint that you leave. Plus, you need so digital becomes another kind of arrow in your quiver, another tool. So things that we emphasize all the time when working with companies and governments is, digital is a means. The name of the game remains productivity. So digital is a big engine of as we hinted, to make that quantum leap in terms of productivity gains. So when you look at the analytical frameworks that we apply, the diamond model, the value chain, the cluster mapping, they remain pretty much at the core, and we introduce these dimensions. We embed them indeed in them. So digital as a tool, and circularity as the continuous end.
Thank you very much. So do you think we can say that also in terms of digital maturity, this is something that we need to obviously evaluate when it comes to the transition, the dual transition of digital and responsible economies, and then that is where we are going to support also companies and entrepreneurs and investors also in evaluating that digital maturity and the gaps there, right? And I guess this is how we are using like classic models like Porter's diamond model
Yeah.
as guidelines to build on top of them and expand them over beyond Industry 5.0 upcoming transition.
Yeah, indeed, and we're always confronted with this the intuition of, okay, if we make a pledge on proximity, and then how do you reconcile digital and proximity? And it's super convergent, as you said, and as we discussed time and again, the center is taking up this challenge of making the most out of digital and proximity. So in that sense, the diamond model will help companies, governments shape up the best location, leveraging on digital and circularity for firms to unlock those productivity gains. So productivity is still the name of the game.
Thank you very much. So Christopher, you're also from the network, so if there's anything you want to add, please don't hesitate. Also, the audience here, if you have any questions, Hannah is there to help relaying the microphone, so please don't hesitate. Any questions before I move? Yes, Rashid.
Hello, everyone. I have a question for Dr. Lubna. I don't see. As you know, generative artificial intelligence can be used to create convincing fake articles, social media, social posts, and so on. How can governments, communities, and individuals deal with this issue, future issue? And thank you.
Actually, this it's a relevant questions and example as well. I think it's our collective responsibility to find to solve this issue, and I'm sure that it's not only about regulation. And I will say it for one more time again. Regulation, it's very important. It's urgent. I think we have been talking about for years now. It started from 2014, 2015. When Elon Musk, Stephen Hawking spoke about that and put an urgency on that, but no one moved at that time, right? And I remember I signed the first letter with Stephen Hawking, Elon Musk, on the urgency of AI ethics at that time, right? So we received another letter 6 months about the pause of 6 months, right? Everyone heard about that. And I don't think the idea is not to make a pause. The idea is to put the urgency again on the spot, right? And to make regulations, country, public sectors move. And I think there is a move now. It's a starting move. It's better than nothing. AI Act also. We heard about that. It's a big move. I think it's not yet done completely. Mid-June we will have the vote. Hopefully, as I'm talking to you now, we have millions of amendments from 700 European deputy. So good luck. It's a big. I think it's a complex topic, and why I'm talking about that. Firstly, to say it's a big progress, right? But it's not enough. I think it's very important to educate and empower and share the positive side of AI and generative AI, but also the threat and the concerns and the risks that could exist and exist. Okay, and we need to reduce it as much as we can. But regulation will not be able to do it by itself, for one and only reason, and I will explain it, because generally we rely on regulation, I rely on regulation, right? But it's not enough, because we are talking about an exponential technology, right? And regulation, it takes too much time to put it on the right track, right? And if we take a look on AI Acts, it's about seeing different perspective of use cases, right? About high risk and so on. So it will for sure addressed many topics, many aspects, but it's not enough. If you want to save and also embrace this future of technology created together, we need to educate everyone, from children, parents, society, community, non-profit organization, and so on, and especially the education system as well, because it's very important that everyone know that probably this is misinformation. This is something that is not normal. We should not rely on it, right? And so on. I think social media show a lot of example on that. Generative AI put it on spot, right? With all the pictures that we saw about the Vatican, about Emmanuel Macron, about Donald Trump, and I shared a lot of information about that because it's very important to put it on spot and say, please be aware about that, guys. There is a risk, okay? And it's not about me. Probably it's not me here in this video. Probably it's not me saying that, right? Probably, and just keep this doubt and use the critical thinking. Why? Because when I talk about AI exponential thinking, it was relaunched in San Francisco with Simon Sinek and with World Economic Forum support of Kay. And it was amazing that we talk about critical thinking. Now we need it in education system. It's very important. It's not about, it's not a new skills and that's it. It's a set of new skills that we should educate our children, our students, our society, that it's very important to be aware about, okay, I need to keep adapt and to check, make a check, analyze more, and so on, right? We need to bring those awareness and those kind of reflex, as we say in French, in order that every time I see something, I say, maybe it's not true, right? And that's why we talk about trust. That's why we talk about trust technology, right? It's not about building technology. I never talk about building technology. I every time talk about building trust technology. It's very important to talk about trust because as we are living in a world where the trust is in the lower level now today. And it's a big, big risk. And I'm not talking about AI because it's a hot topic, because AI for me, it's a big amount of opportunity for everyone in the world. I'm the one who is optimistic about AI and technology. But in the same time, I have a responsibility, we have a responsibility all together to create this awareness and say, double check, guys, okay? ChatGPT do the same thing. Everyone is excited, right? But if sometimes you look to some answers and don't accuse it to don't be smart, because people a lot say it's not smart or it's too smart. It's not about smart. It's about information that exists and he's trained on that, right? But the next step will be very smart, believe me. So now we are just at the beginning of this new revolution. Thank you. Hopefully I answer your question.
Thank you very much. Very good question. Also, very good answer. Also, it links also to another question that we had about the gap of skills that you mentioned very well. But also another point which is very important when we are talking about generative AI, this new generation of AI that is coming up and shaking our businesses and societies. The most important thing that we have so far taken away as people, as individuals, as professionals, is to understand how to ask questions, how to interact with machines. It is giving us an ability in terms of algorithmic thinking. You have tried it several times, most probably. The same question, different types of asking it, you will get different types of answers. So that is prominent in terms of our achievement, our advancement, in terms of learning new skills in the context. So this is very, very important. And you also talked about trust. I know Stephanie is waiting to jump in about trust, blockchain, Web3. And yes, please share with us how this links to Web3 and blockchain as a technology of trust and transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Yeah, so yeah, everything that Lubna say really resonate with me because trust is a critical point. But just also to jump on what you just say, I mean, working, in Bangladesh, Vietnam, India, Africa, we have to take into consideration that they don't have the same knowledge, they don't face the same challenges. So, you know, we were addressing the point of education, but it's not only, you know, train people, upskill people on new skills. It's all about changing the way we teach, because we have to take into consideration the real conditions, you know, the real problem they are facing. We cannot design a solution that will be globally relevant. So what is really important is, for sure, trust is going to be a critical point. I'm going to give you one example why trust is going to be critical and why we have to combine different technology to make it works and to control and make sure that we build a system, we build economies, we build organization that will not only be compliant with regulation, but also that will be supported by, you know, the stakeholders. Because I'm always used to say, technology won't save the planet. Technology will empower people who will save the planet. So what I mean by that is the fact that if we want to accelerate the pace, because we won't have, you know, the time we had for the Web 2 transformation, you know, organization had more, you know, let's say between 10 and 15 years to go through the digital transformation. And a lot of them did not tackle this until the COVID. And when you look at, you know, the evolution of the technologies, and several of them, blockchain, AI, and many others, are reaching a maturity level that will, you know, force every organization, every economist to embrace those technology to and for purpose. It's not tech for good. We're not here, you know, to talk about NGOs and philanthropy. It's because we have to shift our economies in a more regenerative ways. I was, you know, giving a talk 2 weeks ago, actually, at B Corp Leaders Summit. And it's very interesting still how everything is organized by silos. And we need to make sure that we, you know, get rid of those silos, because we have no time to waste. But to come back to the trust and education, it's really, you know, important that we develop the critical thinking. And the example I wanted to give you, we were working with an Indian company that were, you know, dealing with some women facing rapes, and they were challenged by the company in Europe, to, you know, saying, you know, you have to do something. You know, we can't accept and work with an organization letting women be assaulted during their work time. And unfortunately, you know, a year later, everything on the report were quite good, with a decrease of 10% of this kind of situation. But the reality was totally different. The reality was those women were still, you know, assaulted or raped within their working time. But on the report, they were relocated on, they fall in the stairs. So making sure that we not only rely on technology, we not only develop the critical thinking, but we also need to be, you know, in the field and empower, explain the reason why it will be a true benefit if they really go into that transformation. And making some local audits and working very closely will never be replaced by technologies.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's also the important element that we need to always remember, that technology is always, take time to get implemented, to get developed, to get properly adjusted within the system that we have in place and toward the system that we are going. And in this context of Industry 5.0, obviously it takes some time for us to understand how to implement technologies in order to help us overcome these type of challenges, also to help us really understand what is the reliable source of information to avoid misinformation and disinformation and many other challenges at the social scope. Thank you very much. So the next question, Amit, please, in line with this conversation, AI, big data, robotics technologies as such are high barriers to entry for organizations, basically because of a lack of digital skills. In this case, how it will affect the value sharing between the society and the industry, or generation of value within the industry? The gap of skills in digital skills, basically.
I think just a simple answer is that we have to upskill, and that's what we are doing through this tech center kind of initiative also. So we have to really create the right kind of solutions to create the awareness, which we have been already talking a lot, and then upskilling at different level, and different kind of upskilling should be done again to bridge the gap. And again, it has the dependency on particular region, as you mentioned, like every region, every country, there is a different kind of gap. So we have to really customize the solution for different regions. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Saman,
yes,
can I
please.
just jump on? Upskilling or reskilling is very important, right? But again, it's about collaborators in the marketplace, right? Now we have to step back and see the things from the beginning. When you have children going to school and going to embrace a new market that it's not yet created, but it will be completely different from what we have today. And the education system is not ready at all. It's completely traditional and is not preparing anyone of our children to go in this and create new jobs. And this is very important. So upskilling or skilling, it's a way to help the market, okay, the collaborators, the employee, the corporate, okay, fine, but it's not the solution. It's very important to come back to that. Another point is very important. It depends on the regions. In North Africa, in Africa for sure, we have a lack of infrastructure. So you can have digital, but you don't have infrastructure. No sense, right? So education is important, but infrastructure is very important. And in order to allow to establish that, you need resources and you need others. Make sense?
Yes, absolutely. So do you think? Yes.
You need a better diamond.
Yes, it goes back to the diamond discussion that you had. So I guess here, so the message is that, there's a question, Hannah. So the message here is that upskilling, reskilling, yes, but the focus should be in leveling up the game in terms of infrastructure. We talk about this all the time, especially when we talk about competitiveness, about the relevance of innovation and the infrastructure in place and the processes in place, including policy, including the support and the collaboration between the public and private institutions. So I guess with that line of thought, we can sort of simplify the question also, as Amit started with, absolutely right and in line, but maybe the focus that we need to have at this stage is to make sure that we increase the level of awareness, and of course through upskilling and reskilling in various aspects, not only about how technologies work, but also about how to lead the development of technologies, because that's the most important element of the transition to Industry 5.0. It's not about having fantastic technologies, as mentioned, that we are not forcing to create more and more technologies, but we are really trying to support an efficient and fair integration of digital solutions into the infrastructures and our processes. I have one question for Kim. Yes, please. I'm sorry. Yes, please.
A question for Pablo. Your test of an economic strategy is really exciting. Thank you for bringing it. Now, for a city, what's the right scope? I mean, do you believe that this test may have more impact for a small or a large city?
The logic applies regardless of the size. So in short, it's about embedding competition dynamics also in policy making, making public officials think in terms of game theory and looking at what other cities are doing, making sure that policy and the private sector are on the same page, that there's a conversation there, that policies are private sector driven. What we've seen, especially in emerging economies and very much so in places like where you are, Emmanuel, a lot of top-down choices and a very sort of a significant disconnect between policy making and the reality on the ground. So the city, we believe the city is the right lab, the right scale to really unlock change, on the aggregate. So as we were discussing over the break, I think at the city level, there's great upside to to set this in motion and test this test that I share with you is simply a collection of past experiences. So it's very much evidence based. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the question. Yes, we have Eric.
This is a very basic question. I don't know to who, maybe it's a man. There was a researcher that went through this, he called the Ponts Business School, Mark Esposito, and I think this was back in 2019, as he wrote, Understanding How the Future Will Unfold. And in this, he analyzes, obviously, robotics, artificial intelligence, and digital transition in general. And he depicts a world where there's no more occupation because humans were replaced by artificial intelligence and by robotics. And he even imagines a non-occupational income to everybody because at birth, it could be that at birth you're planned not to have any occupation. How about it?
Thank you very much. Well, in fact, Mark Esposito, our graduate from our doctoral program also here, he's one of the very influential and instrumental people also for the Harvard the Microeconomics of Competitiveness Network. And definitely, so in that sense, when we are talking about AI and, for example, losing jobs to machines, it's just a question that always comes up in all the conferences when we talk about AI and machines, and people are worried about losing their job and occupation, redesigning or reinventing the question of occupation. So a couple of points. One is that it takes, based on research, 2 to 3 generations to deploy digital transformation. Because now, don't look at France and Germany and the US or developed countries, but we need to consider, of course, not only as a matter of inclusion, but the digital economy will not make any sense unless it's a global digital economy. So that's number one in terms of occupation and the risk of losing jobs to the AI. The second part is about, okay, we are almost in this mindset of, okay, we need to have a job or we need to have a work to have an income so we can live. But I guess the question can be also asked as if, do we need to work? What if we have machines working for us, generating value for us? So that is what Mark also always explains, that, okay, how can we make machines generate value for us? So I guess that is a very also a good vision into the future of, okay, it's not about human versus machines. It's always about machines supporting human. And that is why, again, going back to generative AI, critical thinking, algorithmic thinking, creative thinking, futures, emergent, divergent, all the 16 type of thinkings that I have for Industry 5.0 as innovation thinking 5.0. So those are critical at this stage, and we are learning them very fast. We are talking about them very fast. And that is a very good sign. Of course, we have a lot of work to do, but at least this is the bright sort of side of it, because now we know what we should know. There are many things that we don't know, and we don't know what they are, but at least on this point, we know what we need to know. So, yes, please.
Just, if I can jump on, very quick. Yeah, I think you say it very well. We need to make a shift as a paradigm. We talk about work because this is what we know, right? In the future, probably we will not need it, or I would say maybe we need the work, but we will not define it as a work. We'll define it as other aspects: involvement, supporting, caring, etc., etc. So it's not about only thinking about work as today. You talk about loss of job, right? But again, it's not about losing jobs. It's about also creation of a million of jobs. But the fact that we are not able yet to say what are the types of jobs, that's why people are still raising a lot of concerns about that, afraid about this aspect. But yesterday I was on LinkedIn Live for a country, and I explained that the question coming from the audience is always about that. We will lose the job. We are living in digital transformation for our company, for society, public sector, wherever, but there is a risk. The point is not about only the risk. I always talk about the risk, right? And there's a sense, and we need to share it, right? But the point is we need to embrace this future and create it. If we focus only on the fact that I'm losing my job, are you happy in your job today? This is the main questions. And probably less country people are happy in their job, and probably Finland is one of them, because despite the fact that the environment is very hard, right? But probably they have a prime minister, and that's why they are so happy, a female prime minister. But I'm joking about that, but there is a lot of sense. My point is, probably a lot of people are not happy in their job. Probably they are looking for a movement to a progress, something like that their company are not affording to them, right? And basic but technology, again, you say it very well, Saman, technology is only an enabler. So AI, it will enable as well sustainable future. But it's a reminder technology, right? It's a reminder something that we built, we should control it, and we should use it as well as good as we can to make profit, because we need money to save our society, grow our children, and so on. So it's very important to think that. But again, probably we will not need this definition of work as of today.
It's not about losing my job. If you look at the color of my hair,
No. We are taking it at a macro level, generic sort of approach that it's also very relevant. Well, now I forgot, but you mentioned a very, very good point.
The question is very relevant. That's why we take it from different perspective, much more, because it's raised every time, and it's very important to answer from different perspectives.
It's also
I think we have to go deeper, that if they don't like the job or don't like the boss, and then so they should change the job or they should change the boss. So there will be another dimension, but obviously I think technology should be enabler, and that's how we should be seeing it from the applied perspective. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's also a lot based on what Dr. Lubna also shared, is about managing the uncertainty. So people are sort of freaked out about what is going to happen. And that is why at the Tech Center, as you saw this slide that Alan was showing, how the Tech Center is linking our different research centers and our centers, basically. One of them is the chair with UNESCO that we have on futures literacy. And that is well also, it's very important to bring up the type of the questions, because as Dr. Lubna also mentioned, people are stressed because they don't know what work would mean. What would it mean to work? What do we talk about the upcoming works? Hold 1 minute with me, please. I have a question from Kim. I know you had to leave, but there's a question for you. So biomimicry, infrastructure, design, cities. Link them together with a lot of design and storytelling in 2 minutes.
Well, in 1 minute. We're trying to design new models. We were discussing about that, and designing is starting about the service and the product. It's design. We design usually products and offers. Product could be a building, could be this plants, it could be this screen, whatever. Now, because of the multi-crisis, we have to design something that is more complex, and because we are tending to synchronize our models with the cycles of the natural environment. We have to use, we now try, are you, yeah? Is it working? Different. So now we're designing with very different methodologies, using actually, let's say, recipes inspired by nature, but it's not enough, actually. just being inspired by the shape of the shark or whatever to design new infrastructure producing energies is not enough. We have also to be very, let's say, exigeant, how do you say it? Very demanding, sorry, very demanding in terms of externalities. So in addition to bio-inspiration, what we're trying to do is actually put in our specifications the limits and the constraints that you find in natural world. For instance, the water as a solvent, building and developing things in environmental temperatures and pressure, which is very difficult. That actually impose you to think with another perspective about time and value. And just one word about the value. We're talking a lot about, are we going to lose our jobs? Are we going to face traumatism because of changes? Those are questions that actually are existing since decades. It was the same when Uber came, when Airbnb came. I designed systems and solutions for Air Liquide that actually turned a factory from 250 employees to 25. And on the paper, you're saying, okay, we're going to manage the change. Well, in the reality, in the operational reality, we didn't find 200 other jobs to give to those people. Sorry, Air Liquide. But that's a fact. So what we are doing, we have to change the way we design, but it's a systemic design. It's not only about the products, it's not only about the offer, it's also about the way we think about economy. And there's a bigger and bigger wall between use value and financial value. When we use something dramatically like the social networks, but we are using it for free, the price is elsewhere. But the finance is not our problem. The finance is the problem of the advertisers. So we have to be very aware and find new tools, new education systems that empower children, adults, to understand how our system is designed, how a system is engineered, how a system is thought. And we have to get inspiration, not only from nature, but also from success from other companies. OpenAI, when they designed ChatGPT, they had designers not to design only the buttons and the UI, but also to work with language experts to design what is natural language. What is natural language? And those problems are taken care by designers. Designers were thinking, can I, for example, cut the talk of a machine like I can cut the talk of somebody? This is the job of designers and engineers working together. Are we understanding how they are working? If we want to get inspiration from those companies, from those models, we have to understand the place of tech, the place of engineering, of design, of nature, of ecosystemic services, because they also use ecosystemic services because they have to run infrastructures right.
Fantastic. So I have also the same in the same direction. I have for Christopher, design and circular economy. If you have experience implementing the projects that you shared with us or other works that you have been doing around the world, what can you give us as examples of the relevance and the significance of design and implementing circular economy, please?
I think Kim mentioned it already, and we heard it before, that I think especially in the circular economy, it starts with design, because you have to think about the outcome right from the design beginning, basically. And I think it sounds quite simple. The challenge is what we heard before. We have to break up silos, so we have to think in broader terms. Therefore, we have to change our education system, what you just mentioned. So we have to adapt to this one as well. I think also that we probably have to talk about contents, about tools. Pablo mentioned tools and contents. When it comes to competitiveness, I think the diamond model, it's a very generic tool, for example. It can be, I think, easily adapted, a little bit of makeup. I think the picture is slightly different when it comes to internal tools, like the value chain, because that's, again, thinking in silos in your company, but not doesn't work in a circular economy anymore. So you have to break up this design as well and start something new, basically, and come up with a new model, a new tool that can be applied for, you know, opening up this barriers, making this interconnection to other companies. Not necessarily, obviously not giving away your trade secrets or your company secrets, but where it's necessary, we have to find interconnections between different companies to make sure that we can do business in circular terms.
And design, and design can really help in this, because you find design everywhere. Usually we think that designers are only in R&D departments and marketing departments to make beautiful or very strange things in R&D departments. And actually you can find design everything everywhere. If you want to take a look on the other inspiration, everybody's talking about Elon Musk, everybody's talking about Steve Jobs. But actually the reality is that designers are everywhere in Apple, and that Elon Musk is taking advising from designers. That's the reality. He's designing stuff with people that are actually working on blockbusters. That's the reality of his management. So design is truly transversal. It's truly transversal because it's about creation, and you all create, you all do design every time, every day. But design is not belonging to designers. It's like cooking is not belonging to chefs. But everybody's cooking, but not everybody is a professional cooker. That's the same for design.
Yeah, just to jump on that, what I can observe as well is the fact that everybody reinvent the wheel when we should, first leverage, the best practices, not only from your industry, but for me, what makes most of sense is to look what other industry are doing. And some industry are much more advanced when it comes to circular economy, for example, or design. And just to give you an example, I'm getting a lot of inspiration and work very closely with, the food industry and FMCG industries, because they had regulation, years ago. They are much more advanced and much more engaged and committed in making that, the new normal. So I think it's also very important to, when we break silos, it's just be much more open-minded. And when I traveled during those 2 years, crossing, during 8 months, Southeast Asia, Africa, from South Africa to Sudan, I just shifted my understanding of those regions, because we think that, and Virginia emphasized, M-Pizza solution. We thought that, in Europe, we're much more advanced in many things, when we have so much to learn from those countries, because circular economy, especially in Africa, is part of, their culture. They don't have the choice. You got innovation in India. This is just insane how they are just making it, and turn every challenge into a solution by taking action and just leveraging what they have. So having this kind of, very arrogant way of leading the transformation is no longer possible, because if we want to make sure that we shift and we build this new paradigm, we have to learn from each other, because we are all, clearly interdependent from each other. So it's not, giving a hand. It's just, if you want, especially just one figure, and I'm done, Simon. But in the fashion industry, because I'm working quite a lot on this industry right now, Scope 3 value chain depend between 70% to 90% of the fact that we tackle the carbon footprint in emerging and developing market. So when organization, fashion brand, and so on just emphasize in their communication that by 2030 they will be carbon neutral, if you are not tackling, this question within the emerging and developing market, no chance that you will reach your objectives.
Thank you very much. That also goes really well back into the conversation about ecosystemic design and ecosystemic thinking. Fantastic. So I think we have Simone back. If we have Simone back online, there was a technical glitch, so we can have him on the screen and then I can ask. Perfect, Simone, ciao. So Simone, I have a question for you. Please, external stakeholders are different from internal stakeholders. Digital strategy can maximize the value, but external stakeholders only recognize ROE, return on equity, and return on investment. In practice, what strategies can avoid the risks of digitalization?
That's quite a question, an existential question. Sorry, I have people here who entered the...
Everyone is welcome, Simone.
Where I am, I'm very sorry. We are in a conference here. Nous sommes dans une conférence ici. Profitability, the language of profitability, especially the factors that increase the value of shares, and then it is cash flow and net profit, because the value of shares of stocks depends on the perception of future cash flows. These elements are very dear to shareholders, first of all, who are internal stakeholders. Shareholders belong to the group of internal stakeholders. When it comes to external stakeholders, yes, some of them are clearly interested in the profitability of a company. They can be investors, so they are interested in it, but then they are interested in external investors, I mean. They can be insurers, they can be banks, lenders, this kind of people. But in general, the profitability issue is a profitability that regards shareholders who are already inside the company. Profitability is also important for another category of stakeholders, of external stakeholders, which is suppliers. I'm dealing here in this company social enterprise that we have in Burkina Faso with the issue of a supplier who is not paying, and it's not paying because their profitability has gone down. To come to the question, what the digital, well, it's not the problem of what a digital tool can do for this. The issue is, if there is good governance, if there is a new definition of purpose, which is aligned with the need to become sustainable, this definition brings in the interest of all stakeholders, even external stakeholders. And this is what is needed to keep them inside the business model of the company. We have to rethink the way in which we engage stakeholders. As I said before, the board of directors of the future is a place where you bring together the interest of many different categories of stakeholders. Today, until today, the only category represented in the board were shareholders, the real investors who are already inside the company. This is the category that is protected. The boards of the future will bring together the interest of external, internal stakeholders, of institutional stakeholders in a new way. Yesterday, the European Parliament has passed a landslide vote in favor of corporate sustainability due diligence. This means exactly that companies will have to take into consideration the sustainability needs and the sustainability value of external stakeholders. So I think more than framing the issue in profitability, we need to frame the issue into the need to generate a different kind of value. Then there is disagreement on how to generate this value. The general assumption is that in the long term, these also produce value in terms of financial value, in terms of profitability, in terms of cash flow, in terms of increase of the market cap. But in the short term, it's not like that. When a CEO defends investments for stakeholders, for external stakeholders in a board, well, it's a tough it's a tough task because the CEO has to focus on long-term profitability, not on short-term one. If you assess just short-term profitability, you are out of stakeholder capitalism, and that's the world of the future. Shall we be able to do it, especially in the industry of fashion, which is my constituency? Well, I do not know, but more and more you hear this kind of focus from the industry. And you have examples. You are in Paris. A very well-known fashion brand in Paris, Chloé, has become a B Corp and has engaged in a very tough path to include stakeholder value in the kind of value they create, and also in a successful way. You know, sustainability is a journey. It's not a recipe. You don't have a tool. Okay, I focus on this, I focus on that, I implement this, I implement that, and I become sustainable. It's a lifetime journey. And this is the kind of cultural shift that is required. I'm not sure that I replied to the question because I didn't hear it well, but I think it was along these lines.
Thank you very much, Simone. Very in line. And in fact, it is absolutely also what we're talking about toward the Industry 5.0. It's about stakeholder capitalism and socio-environmental capitalism versus shareholder capitalism and financial capitalism. Fantastic. Thank you very much, Simone. Yes, please.
Thank you, guys.
Just a remark. But you said, Simone, that CU need to focus on long-term profitability, right? But who told you the CU will be there after 5 years? Generally, the CU, that is the fact. Generally, the CU is here for a couple of years, right? Only the company that where the CU still be in the company for more than 1 decade, I think it's rare company that allow that today. And probably the company that are in the what you are talking about is mainly the business family. Business family, generally, you have a vision, a long-term vision, and those ones will take others' perspective and for sure efforts and a commitment differently in the world.
Yeah, that's true, but you forget one point. The responsibility for this, that's why I spoke about governance, is not primarily with the CEO, exactly for the reason that you say. It's with the board. The board is the body that is supposed to go beyond this generation of management. The board is the body which is supposed to have a long-term perspective. If the board only focus on compensation, on distributing dividends, and this is a short-term perspective, so you're absolutely right. There is no way to implement this long-term perspective. But this is the reason why capitalism is going so bad. And this is the reason why in fora such as the World Economic Forum, we speak about stakeholder capitalism, ESG, and this kind of focus. The CEO of BlackRock, and then all what happened after that, but that says what he said in that famous conference, is the example of a corporation that needs to focus on that. Yes, the present management is probably short-lived in many companies, and it's true. One of the big issues in sustainability is middle management. A lot of people who are very close to retire and who are more worried about their bonus or their pension than about the long-term sustainability, the long-term value creation, stakeholder value creation, and long-term profitability. But this is the role of the board. This is why in my speech I said that the main point is about governance. It's about purpose. What's the purpose of the company? If we don't rephrase this, you are absolutely right. There is no way out. But if we rephrase this, there's a new world ahead of us, which may allow us to tackle the real challenge of the world of today. Because be sure of a thing, climate change and the Paris Agreement path and loss of biodiversity, the problem of planetary boundaries is not going to be addressed effectively within the present managerial and economic paradigm.
Thank you very much, Simone. Fantastic. Well, I know that you're in the field and you're basically at work, but you stayed with us.
I'm in one of the most beautiful places of the planet, but I hope to be with you very soon to enjoy the drinks of the evening.
Simone, thank you very much once again for joining us. I think we have one more question here, please.
Hi, everyone.
Yes.
In the circular and industry 5.0 context, what's the design approach and principle you would recommend when you have to compete an AI against another AI?
Sorry, I didn't.
Yes, I think it was not very clear. If you can just hold it closer. Or...
So in industry 5.0 or circular economy context, what's the design approach and principle you will apply when you have to when you have one AI to compete against another AI? For example, in the context of building, so you say smart cities, building to building, they have to connect each other. Okay, all right, how it might work, or vehicle with a building, or vehicle with something, or robot delivery robot with a personal AI agent. So how I'm just wondering what's the design principle approach you should have, right?
Biomimicry. If you take the basis of relationships between species in the nature, you have different relationships, right? You have predation, sorry, predators, commensalism. I don't know if it's an English word. You have symbiosis, etc., etc., etc. So it's not a matter about the dots; it's a matter about the connection, and this connection has to be designed as well as the dots. So when you're designing a system that is collaborating, two machines, for instance, and a human collaborating together, you have to care about the job, the design of the machines and the tools, but the design of the relationships also. So you have to take care to take in account the externalities, the different externalities of the different machines. For instance, if you have a machine collaborating with a human in the context of industry 5.0, that means that this human is probably your client, and the client wants something very special for him, right? Because the era of industry 5.0 is about customizing, maybe producing a little bit less and a little bit more wisely. So you have a machine and a human collaborating, and this machine will collaborate probably also with the other another machine for production. The first machine is talking with your client to assess his desire and trying to probably orient him into his will, into his desire. So there's a responsibility not only on the customer side, but also on the machine side, let's say, because the machine will obviously try to orient his desire into the more efficient in terms of price of production, right? Or in terms of material it has in store. So you have to think about the design of the will and the intelligence and the design of the connection, not only between the machine and the human, but also the machine and the other machine. Am I clear?
Yes, but
Yeah.
also he's smart. He has 3 questions in one. So we will talk about reinforced learning system algorithms in AI incentive systems over the drinks together. But now it also goes to Christopher, because I also had a question for Christopher about leveraging AI specifically. Do you see cases coming up from generative AI for circular economy, either in research or practice? I understand if it's very new to be reflected in research, but I just wanted to hear your insight, please.
That's really very new and complex. To be honest, I haven't used, I did use AI also for research purposes, ChatGPT, obviously, but not in the context of, write me an article, but give me structures, give me overview. So I think this more boring work of our academic life, I think this could be really very well outsourced in this context. I think when it comes to this probably more creative parts of our work, where you create something new out of comparing different sources, then I think we are not quite there yet when it comes to AI. But what we just learned, it's the next step will be then the more challenging one. I mean, I tried it just for fun, and the sources were wrong. And typical examples. I think you mentioned some of these examples before. So I think we are not quite there yet, really, to create something of origin, but it can help you to structure your thoughts, to give you an overview what is around, basically. But the more creative part is still, I think, very human-centered.
I think to complete and probably say that it helps you also see things from different perspectives. And again, critical thinking. Once you use ChatGPT as an example, I'm not that much fun, but let's say this one, because 100 millions use it already, so everyone know about it. When you ask him a question, ask it a question. If you have the critical thinking, you can have a lot of information, different information from different perspectives, and can accelerate your thought and your trajectory. And even you can even think things differently and see things differently. When you go on Google and make your research, you will have tremendous amount of information. You have to analyze, right? When you ask a ChatGPT, it's help you accelerate finding those relevant information, but you have to challenge and question it. As much as you question it, as much as it will answer. And it's amazing. For me, sometimes it gives me information that I was like, I use Google, I know the people, but I discover something and base it on ChatGPT. But it's not ChatGPT who helped me understand that or offer or have this information. It's much more because I'm asking it from different perspective. As a researcher, if we do that, if you think like this, if you do, and he will jump on. And believe me, I was talking to Stephanie last week. I was making the experimentation with children in a school, and it was an amazing sessions where only stars are on the eyes, because I let them ask whatever question they have, and believe me, ChatGPT, I think it's a happy module that will bring you a lot of information. But again, it's very important to be careful about the answer when it comes to children or young generations, to check if it's relevant or not, if it's not hurting them, and so on. Just in this example, it's same for adults, right? I think you talk about design. It's very important. I know that those people are caring about the design very well, right? And caring about ethics as well, and at least as a progress, let's say, as a progress, because it's work in progress. But again, it will help you accelerate your critical thinking and your creation, for sure.
I have a question for you. Do you think that ChatGPT did design your question? Like it predicted your questions?
We play with it. And sometimes we have some beautiful surprise from someone who is working in this domain. I see it as something nice, right? But again, my point is, wow, it surprised me. And believe me, I say it in one conference. I will say it again. Talking to, I say talking, right? Not asking question. Talking to ChatGPT, sometimes it's much more fun, enlightening, really. If you have this critical thinking, if you have this way of questioning the things, if you just come here to ask a questions, okay, fine, you will have the information. But if you play with it, you will have a lot of information. But again, just be aware that he has an amount of information, amount of knowledge, and I would say knowledge, yes, but don't rely on everything. Double check is very important, and so on. So did I answer?
The design patterns of a fun conversation, that we have to think about how they did design a design pattern of a fun conversation.
Layering prompts is very interesting. You should investigate on this, because you can get so much information, and it's like, having a real conversation, and you build actually something that is go far beyond, the classical way of leveraging, AI.
quickly here. So all these systems are generative systems in the sense that they are capable of dreaming. So it is up to us that how we know that when they are dreaming and when their responses are factual. And that's the key, I think, which we will be facing also in the future, unless there is an embedded reasoning system which is just like analyzing the information which is being provided to you, which is factual or not. So personally, I have also experienced that, yes, it is interesting. It has enriched information. We can get information. But when two pieces of information are connected to provide you a new information, how much that is grounded. So how, when the dream is grounded or not, that's the key. And I think we will have to wait for more time to find better solution for this.
Thank you very much. So unfortunately, we need to finish the session because I know that these conversations can go for much longer, and I know that we can never get enough of these brilliant minds here. But I had promised Amit, because he has another engagement and he's already late. I'm very sorry about it, and also Kim. So thank you very much for joining us. So a big thanks to all the speakers, all the participants here and online. Thank you very much. So for the last part, I just wanted to share, because I received a lot of messages and also questions as well, how to get engaged with the Tech Center. So for now, there is a register here button on the page of Tech Center on our website, called the Ponts Business School's website, pontsbschool.com. On the centers, Tech Center, register here, and then I will share with you a lot of information that are coming up about how we are going to have a decentralized governance in Tech Center for the projects that are being driven by partners, how to reach out to these many brilliant people that we have here, and also in the backstage behind the networks that we have. So they will be all parts of major parts of the Tech Center and the driving force of the Tech Center. So please register to get more information there. And now I invite you for drinks here. Those participants who are online, have your drink. Cheers. Thank you very much for joining us, and have a fantastic evening. Thank you.
You can come to.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.